Alright, I woke up late today, but I'm here. Since I couldn't stream Friday, all because some guy wanted to meet up to do a deal and then he didn't follow through. Thus, wasting a lot of my time and making me unhappy. Yes. Kind of like loud music in my ears. It's loud. Alright. Tell everyone I'm streaming. I was wondering if I should only be streaming to Twitch, just because it's like dividing all my traffic up seems like a lot of work. It doesn't seem to be gaining traction as well as I'd hoped. Cool. Interaction as well as I'd hoped. Do the usual thumbs up on my own crap because YouTube demands it. The difference is noticeable if I do not. It's dumb. That's the thing. But I guess any engagement, even my own, counts. I got nothing.
Hello there.
I've been hello there. Can't tell. Hey Lepus, how's it going? Social stream. Probably a good idea. Probably start that sooner rather than later. Yeah, I just need to post a little message for all the links basically, and then basically golden is I get to play around with data layers today. I'm not convinced they're better necessarily, but I'm experimenting with them just in case they do prove better. And I figure, hey, I didn't get to stream Friday, so I will enable the pin. Wait, what? Why can't I pin it? Am I somehow not logged into Twitch now? Pin? Okay. Thought only kick could be that garbage. Yeah. Wasting a lot of my time. Anyway. I guess I'll pull up my to-do list too. I don't know how everything I need. Alright. More data layers. Data layers. So there's this great thing. I tried the data layers thing, and like you could make them go. Well, I'll give it a sec to load everything up. It goes boop. Now everything's here. You turn the data layer off, and it's like, nope. Yep. Only thing is so far I found that the actually it's not as good as just having everything in the world using H loads. So, well, you can load different data layers too. So you know, if you don't want something in particular in a room, you can load something different. So maybe that's good. I don't know. I also have to restructure everything because what I have is a giant bubble around Poppet, and every time she tags on the room thingies, it loads it. But now I have to restructure it so that everything else checks for just her capsule. Well, yeah, if you don't add, you have to like directly add things to layer the HLOAD stuff, various partitions, or it doesn't do anything. But this is another method that, I mean, you can use them both together. I don't know. I don't want to say this is a great method until I've tested it, because it's probably not necessarily good. But the ability to load in different things based on different variables. Like I could decide a room is corrupted, and the next time it loads in as a different room entirely. Like I could do that. Because they don't interact with each other, so you could just have two different worlds in the same space. Oh my god, we got multiverse. We got multiverse. Anything else selected? Good, good. But this adds other problems in, such as needing to have everyone needs to check to see if it's hitting her capsule and not this giant thing there, because overlap actor will now cause this giant thing that hits her, that's on her, to hit everything. So you'll see it cause a lot of problems because I have to reprogram a bunch of crap. The good news is, for organization purposes, you get to just stuff everything in a room into a data layer so you can find it easier later. So that's nice. You can see all the stuff that wasn't in there. It's not in the room. So I just go boop, boop, add it all here. That's basically everything. I probably want that door though. Add it all to the like the data layer. I also should have done this and told them to move all to the other thing first. So actually, let's undo photo here. Undo, add selected. Select. I want to do this first, where I move it to the correct folder too. Otherwise, it's a little harder to do it. But if we do it this way, then add it, it's less hard. Then I'm gonna take this and move it out of this room. And instead move this to the building. But yeah, I'll show you what it does. Oh man, I haven't done every room yet, but the first time it loads in, it's a little slow, but that's kind of just true of every time I start up Unreal Engine. It makes the level open faster. But again, the FPS is kind of... it's worse by about 10 to 20, from what I could tell. It forces an always load scenario, essentially. See all the stuff that loads it's not supposed to. The map also works incorrectly, too, as it's doing things. Give it a second to get its act together. Since nothing is currently loaded in. Spawner's doing good. Well, hopefully it spawns them in. It's supposed to load in everything there. It's just taking forever, sure. Unfortunately, when you're loading the engine, it takes a while. So after the first time everything is loaded into the memory, then it's not a problem. I don't know how it'll work otherwise. Because now the music room loads and you leave there, and suddenly all that deloads and you run in here and suddenly it's all back again. The only upside I can see, don't get stabbed a bunch. The only upside I really see so far is that you can oh wait, this isn't working. Does it not load in the light with the right thing? It did yesterday. It should keep the variables for the magician room. That's what this is experiments about, see if it even works. Because, you know, if I ever want to undo this, I can just simply add them all back to being on and then just have it stop tagging these things. But if it doesn't have instanced, you know, variable thingies, then the lights wouldn't work, so it would be a big problem. Yeah, see, the next time it's perfectly fine, but when I first load up, same thing with every time I pop it as a weapon, like when I first loaded in. And then from that point on, it's always fine. Yeah. What room are you counted as it being in? It's because the rooms are wrong. Is that one thing just too large? Because it checks so many places at once. I gave her such a big thing on her. That's the big problem I'm gonna have here, is making certain she's in the right room. It was working earlier though. I remain a little unconvinced, but I kind of wanted this thing as an option where you could, I could trigger dynamic events by just simply loading a different layer. And that's not to say I can't just have other layers that load in anyway on top of what was already there, and I could just turn all these on. Fair from Big Jam, probably overscoping. I'm sorry for what I'm doing. That's fair. Hype's always good. I only have like, what, 7 days to do it, so. That's not very long. I keep the scope pretty low for 7 days. But as long as you're hyped, you know? Go for it. What am I gonna do about this thing here? That's fair. Oh yeah. Things still going crappy around there? Oh. Huh. Yeah, I'd already been out of the city at that point. Yeah. Go somewhere rural for a bit. Even if it's in my car, whatever. Sorry to hear that. I thought room info doesn't check this, but it does seem to. I see. That is no good. That is no good at all. I forgot what I call this. Capsule check. Rancheroonie. I should have made this a macro. What am I doing? If I made it a macro, I could have had a branch off of it. That seems dumb. I could have saved myself putting the word branch every single time. That's right. Plus macro. At least they were nice enough to follow me on there. Even if they're just spamming me. Damn. You get all excited and it's just a spam message. Some people's children. One is blocking the screen. I'm starting to wonder if it's even worth streaming on some of these other ones. True and Fosaruni. Yay! I'll have to go back and redo a couple of these, but that's okay. Yeah. Maybe not in that order. I'm not convinced this is going to work well yet, so. Hope so. And as it crashes, I'm not convinced it's going to work well. I hope so. Crashes. Ominous. Ugh. I can't say I really kept up on what's going on over there. Wait, goodness knows, X is just littered with stuff going on here. Good old X. Man, I saw the saddest thing yesterday. Like, someone showed me their TikTok that got 45,000 views, and he would just put a meme on top of a thing saying what some cards did in Magic. He didn't. It was so crappy, so poorly done. I was just like, why am I making, you know, a game when apparently all the views you can possibly get in the world would just be some stupid meme that took like a minute to put together at most. I'm just like, wow, it wasn't even funny, it wasn't even good. I was just like, this looks like something that stepped out of, like, you know, the late 90s. What happened? But 5,000 views. And you don't have to pay $100 to get people to be able to even look at it. For the privilege to sell it, you just get to put it up. Feels bad, man. Yeah, what I'm saying is, why even make the game? if I have to struggle to get people to even look sideways at it, why am I making a game when apparently you can do nothing and everyone looks at it by some dumb meme? Like, what am I making here? That's what I don't get. I'm like, but why? I don't understand. I mean, this requires you have every skill under the sun, and that thing is just like, herp derp, I did this. Man, I'm just doing it wrong. Guess I gotta make a TikTok. If I get enough influencers, then the Jewish government will pay me $7,000 a post. The new thing going around, the Jewish people are, no, the Jews are paying you $7,000 per post to social media influencers. I was like, I see. I'm sure everything they're posting is fair and true. In the wrong business. Hear me out. $7,000 a post. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, can you not pull the, Oh, you can't pull those, okay. You can't run a macro off of that, really? What's the point of a macro in here then if you can't even run it? Okay, well, that, I guess that wasn't anything stupid then, huh? Okay. I guess this was a waste of time. I was trying to say putting this code on every single thing by just putting it here and just adding this interactable component. I don't know if it's really better per se, but why am I loading the room if it's doing that? Shouldn't it be unload room? This might not work the way I want it to. I'm starting to question here. I have so many questions. Because the capsules in this are not very useful. But actually, the little collider thingies, they're not very useful. They're so much less useful than I would thought they'd be. Because I'm having to reprogram everything to make them work. Just so they'll load these things in without loading everything in. And it worked well without this setup, so there's that problem. So potentially I just want secret data layers that improve rooms, and then I just leave the rest in the world all the time. I'm starting to think that might be the better strategy. At least it works now, I'm in the light. No, this one doesn't load at all. Yeah, it's not any better. Unless I want to put a loading box everywhere to tell it to load a data layer at various doors, but I kind of want it to load when you can't see it. So far, that isn't exactly working very well either. It's like I've constructed a terrible H-load. This does exactly the same thing as an H-load, except for you can load in whole sections. Whereas H-load just loads in things based on the distance to the player, but individually. But this has the ability to turn things off too, which is something the other does not have. But unless I'm going to place things in the world to load each individual thing for each room, I don't see how this, you know, big bad check based on the player's location is going to work. Too many things just don't, it's just hard not to trigger all the other room infos. And once you're already overlapping something, it's not like it perpetually checks over and over and over. It only checks the one time when you overlap. So it'll check when the big thing overlaps. And that's it. So... well... this doesn't even change the name here. It doesn't set this up at all. Unless each room info has yet another bigger box. And when Poppet overlaps that, it loads it. I guess I could do that. So instead of having a thing on Poppet that's, you know, giant, I just make an extra thing on every room info. That's gotta be better. This other method is awful. And these things dictate a lot. Alright. Well, the despawn box is already huge. I could load at the despawn box. I'll make a new fresh one. Oh, it's the load box. Load data layer box. Yeah, I don't need this. I just get rid of this entirely. I don't think it's even referenced directly. All I did was just make Poppet's, you know, thing super fat, like 6,000 in every direction, which is huge. That's not gonna work. I don't need to check for capsules. I could just, I guess I can. It doesn't really matter, but sure. No, actually don't. I don't even want to do that. This is fine. I actually don't need to even promote the tags. I don't care. Well, I'm gonna remove these from up here. I guess I could just make a Poppet check that way. I don't really know if that's worth even having an actor component for that. I don't think I saved much time, if any. Get Roomba name. Roomba. Oops. Unload room. Message. That should probably help, in theory. And make it where Poppet doesn't trigger everything under the sun and force me to rewrite all the code in the game. I did make it bigger, right? I'm not stupid? I might be stupid. Probably stupid. Actually, I'm pretty stupid. Where is it? It doesn't even show up. And there's so many bugs with this new version of Unreal Engine. 5.6 is a travesty. Fine. Yeah, dialer box fine. I agree. That would be a lot better. Can I see this one? Line thickness? What is going on with these boxes? It has no line thickness. Why can't I see that and not this? What is going on there? 50? I have so many questions. Not the least of which, how are they dictating the size of these, right? Like, am I missing something here? Look at those numbers here. All ones, 32s. What's even been changed on this? Show modified properties. Nothing. How about here? Scale's the same. What dictates the scale of those boxes? A few things breaking. Yeah. They just keep rushing everything out the door. It's stupid. I wish they would slow things down so they could do that, but they don't. Yeah, like, that's weird. These numbers should change. And yet, these numbers are all ones. Oh, I think I know what it is. Never mind. I have an idea. I probably have some sort of construct option. It's really setting them. Yeah, I do. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I guess I could do that. Past me was smarter than current me. Current me is kind of dumb. Hear me out. Current me is pretty dumb. I could just mathematically scale it this time. If I just do like 50, 50, and like 20, it won't matter what I scale it. Because it'll be like boom shakalaka, and it'll be fine. So I go boop. Change one number changes all of them. You can't you can't scale the room info thingy. If you do, it causes weird issues. Like it can't be directly scaled like that. I recall I needed a specific solution. So this one's not them, not their fault. Well, okay, the weird data, the one not showing up in the first place I duplicate, that was probably their fault, but the second one's my bad. This could be game changing if these work for mechanics I can do. I'm not gonna lie, I think that the more I end up wanting more mechanics and less length of the game as time goes by. Oh yeah, you're right. You right. That one's also my bad. Got to reconnect. I could promote it to a variable, but I don't care that much. So it loads the first one in there. But I'm already overlapping this one, so I don't think it'll work because I'm already overlapping it. Unfortunately, the doors are open. It's basically the H-load problem all over again. I am listed as in the light. That is good. Am I in the dark yet? Okay, that still works. Just checking. This strategy is much better than the other one I was... Did you crash again? God damn it. Unreal Engine doesn't like data layers. Hear me out. Unreal Engine does not like data layers. Unreal Engine never likes any of its new features. But I gotta admit, this is crashing quite a bit. I have a backup from before I did all this too, so, you know, I can break it all if I care. Don't matter. Don't matter. I can't wait to see what voxel nanite's like in 5.7. I wonder if that'll work. Probably not. Probably break too. Everything else breaks. Why not? Basically, the things that I think so far are good are like Um, the new movement system thingy looks cool. That's about it. Oh yeah, Megalites. Megalites is the real deal. Lumen sucks. Nanite sucks. The landscapes break all the time. PCG is so heavy it's stupid. And then you turn it into a stamp and it's somehow heavier, which I don't know how that works, but here we are. I don't know, man. The open world stuff's okay. It's got some problems, but if you work with the age load, you can make it happen. I haven't tried all the weird deforming things that they have in the new stuff, the all animation stuff. I don't do with that yet. Something. The new retargeting system is very good. The old one was very bad. The new one is very good. The old one took a lot of work to get to do anything, was never very accurate. The new one just auto does it and is still not that terribly accurate, but at least you don't have to do any work. I should go down a list of features they had that were, you know, like features that were garbage, features that were good. Why are you loading room thingies now? We struggling? Sure. Struggle's real. Well, at least you're in the right room. So it works better now, and I'm not triggering every dumb thing possible. Map's tweaking. I gotta remove all the code changes I made to those because I made all these changes to try to fix it, when in reality I should have done the one thing that mattered the most. Change the room infos. I'm not double jumping. I think the room info's in the thingy on this one because she spawned in later. Oh, there's a card I never ever load up anymore. The star. I once thought it was overpowered. Now I don't even use it because the freaking Wheel of Fortune is better. This one's okay. I mean, you just kind of stand around, but I hate that. They have to stand around. It's not very neat to play with. I should open the door or something on there, but I didn't. Yippee-ki-yay! I didn't open that door either. Actually, I'm curious here. Let me close all these side thingies here and check the FPS. Oops. Yeah, in the menu. The other ones tend to average closer to like the green most of the time. This is looking better than it used to be though. Okay, not over here. It does drop a lot. The thing is, it forces perpetual loads. So you'll see it tank FPS for a moment while it loads everything. Well, I do the experimenting so no one else has to, right? Sanity faster. Health back. Yeah, I feel like this got outclassed by the just blatantly better ones. There might be something to this. Sometimes the FPS is up in the 40s. And I'm streaming at the moment, and this is not a packaged game. Let me tell you about how that is impressive. I am over at the side of the building, which is always, you know, better for performance. But potentially, does that mean I could have every map on the same one? Why didn't I open any of these doors? I want to run through these. Suck. Oh, I guess the only person that sucks is me because I'm the one who didn't open the doors. That one's actually my bad. I did not open the doors. If I had. Hear me out. It would have been better. But I didn't. So there. What do you think of that? We'll open every door. Every door. All of them. Just to watch the FPS go all over the place. Yay! Woohoo! Doors for everyone. Okay, that's exciting. 10 out of 10. Would open doors again. There's not saying the room thingies, but you gonna load shit, buddy? You gonna load it for me? You didn't load everything in here, did you? No. Where's my couch? Stole my couch. What the hell? What are you doing in here, buddy? What room am I in? They're in first floor. Takes a moment for everything to load. Oh, I know why it's not loading, because I didn't actually add the stuff on Poppet to tell her those rooms even exist, I think. True. Playroom. I mean, staff only is not on there yet. But... wait, did I even do staff only? I haven't done that one yet. Oh wait, I just didn't add everything to it. Really? Oh wait, no, it got pulled out from something else. Something else would have this stuff. I must have copy pasted from a different room. Probably the music room, I guess. Yeah. You can also do this. You can select actors in data layer, and you can see all the actors that were in that data layer. Isn't that sneaky? It's really helping with my organization. That's true. Like how my ghetto solution from last night was just absolute trash, and I'm gonna have to undo my ghetto solution to make up for my better solution today. Happens. Actually, I'm gonna add all these first, and then I can sort better. Create me a new data layer. The newest data layer. It would be pretty cool if I could have everything on one floor. No longer would I need to add other things. I could just have one giant map. Means I have to move them all into the second map, though. That one's the one with the landscape, and I hate landscapes because you can't do anything with them. You can't move between maps. You can't do anything with them. They're just garbage. That'll let me go between floors. Hear me out. Go between floors. I have to have like the music room and then the staff only room too. Oh, I gotta divide up the playroom because the playroom is actually 2 floors. That's unfortunate. Well, let's do this, and then I'll... Oh wait, I'm dumb. I can just treat it as one room anyway by just simply having it be two separate entries. I think that's besides the music room, all of them. Only. Oh, I don't think I have one for the campsite. No. It'll be real easy to figure out how many rooms I have. I could have done that with the music though. I could actually combine all this additional room stuff into a struct or something and pull from that, but I don't really think that's necessarily better. I have the same thing for the music here, which I probably should do something for. And I just do one more for the washroom. Compile and save old Popster. The Popster. I made it one word, I'm pretty certain. Find out, did I make it one word? Yeah, I did. I mean, it would be normally one word, but technically you could... Wash and room can be two separate things. They don't actually really have to be together, I guess. It's a little weird, but I'd allow it. Doesn't really matter, I just add all these to the thing and then I... do that, and then I can see what hasn't been added. Make sure I didn't forget any rooms here. I'll find out pretty quickly. Where's the new life room? That's right there, okay. So new life room, carnival room, magician room, toy maze, waiting room, sure. Control room, I haven't done the pump room or the machinery room. Pump room's this tiny little thing. And yet it vexes me many times. Such vex, much wow. To the pump room. Like most things, it looks like. Not everything though. Most things. Boop. Okay, it's not really most things, I lied. I gotta leave that pipe loaded in because it goes into another room. I find it not beneficial to do the other. Also, this pipe here should probably always be loaded in, regardless if you're in the pump room. Some things need to just be as part of the building itself. And I think eventually all the walls are going to get added to the building map. There's a strong argument for just adding everything to one map if this works out. We'll have to see. It's hard to tell how well this will work until I set everything into it, but unlike with the H-load system, this takes a lot longer to do. True. You know, there can be a box to load the city even as well. That if you're within a certain distance, you're not able to see out the windows, then you wouldn't need to load the city, so you get a minor improvement. Also in chapter 4, I wouldn't even need the city. Which is an improvement in its own right. Because it's in the basement, so you wouldn't have any windows. Except for like the very first room, but I can just block out the windows there so you can't see anything and it's fine. It'd be an irrelevant thing. That's true. Interesting. Anyway. These are definitely interesting, to say the least. Okay, I don't actually know where the pipe is included. The Safari room, maybe? Okay, it is part of the Safari room. Yeah, don't unload this pipe. I'm just going to go ahead and move that straight to the building. Because I don't want shit like that to unload. I want it to always load those. These are fascinating. I have some really interesting game ideas. If they work. This could also just be a colossal waste of time. Oh, I forgot to do the storage room as well. Oh well, I learned by wasting time. It would be nice if there was just a fixed amount of problems. In theory, these might not want to be loaded into. I'll have to think about that. Also, the room infos need to not be loaded in with something, so... Oh, let's create a storage room. Also didn't do the pump room yet, whatever. I don't know what this is, but whatever. It comes with the engine. I never made it, and it's... weird. Boop. Oh, nothing got added. Boop. Everything was in there but this key. I guess I won't really have to H-load much if I do it this way. Kind of defeats the purpose of the H-load for, well, this kind of stuff. The foliage actor doesn't actually get H-loaded because it's like one giant actor. So, if you're wondering why there's flowers floating in the middle of nowhere, that's why. I'm like, but, and it's like, nope. And I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. I almost want the Safari room to be more like a little more Halloween-y, but we'll see. Some design changes may happen as I go by to improve things a little bit. Not restructure them, but just maybe add in a few extra things to give it that time of year feel that they redecorated for that time of year. Which thing has the floor in it? That's a good question. Somewhere the floor is not loading. Whatever, I'll come back to that in a second. I gotta go back and find whichever one has the floor in it. That's the bottom floor. Because that shouldn't be involved in anything, but here we are. Doing here we are things. I guess this is part of that room. Some things seem like they're a little weird to H-load, but I don't really know. Sure, whatever. I don't believe I can H-load these pipes, right? Because they're... No, I can. And the moon doors. The moonist doors. There's not even anything inside here, is there? I haven't put anything yet. I was meant to put a secret, but I just haven't done it yet. Oh. Yeah. Whatever. You got me. That is how it works. They aren't actually part of anything. You're not wrong. You right. You right. Is it possible to remove them from their data layer if it's like this? I don't know what I called it. Whatever. Let's just load data layers till we figure out which one has it. Might be the Safari room that has it, actually. Would make sense. Yeah. Yeah, you right. Hear me out. Maybe I don't spatially load that one. You know? Maybe I leave the floor and just add it to the building. I just have this sneaking suspicion that I might want the floor there. Nothing else matters but that floor. And this unfortunately connects to multiple rooms too, so I can't really RFG it. Sadly. Oh, there's a rock that escaped. One job. One job. Oop. Wait, why do you exist? I don't know. Whatever. Oh. If only they were all the same size, I could have had you be able to pick up rooms and move them around. I think. I don't actually know if that's how it works. Is a data layer something that can be moved? I mean, they don't look like they have a transform, so I don't think you can. But it would be cool if you could. Yeah, I don't see any information about a transform on them. Well, no moving rooms around. That'd be fun to have a giant puzzle where you pick the room up and move it around. I'd do a small rooms, like dollhouse rooms or something. Instead, it'll just have to be blueprints you could pick up and move around if I was gonna do that. No data layers for me. Right. I think I got everything. So I just gotta add them all to Poppet. The Popster. I guess open this door too. Everything is open. So you can explore everything. is open. Your first time. We're going all over the place. Testing FPS. Trial by fire. Trials by fire are the best trials. Alright, let's have the last ones here. It quickly becomes cumbersome having all these things in here. I mean, I guess the machinery room is one of them. I just added. And pump room and storage. Those are the three. This has to say storage room. It has to be identical. Alright, well. Let's see if it all works. Let's see if it goes pop. If it goes a little something like boom, we'll know it was a bad plan. Only wasted a couple hours. Potentially a game changer though. Is that the room 48 thing? That's weird. But that's an issue with other stuff. Staff only did not load. Interesting. I thought I had a playroom first floor. Washroom loads. That's good. What happened? Is it because I'm hitting an outskirt area? Maybe because of the outskirts of the building for the city itself. Well, that wouldn't cause it to deload though. Right? That doesn't make any sense. If anything, it should go all the way out there. But why would it deload then? I don't understand. Oh, and there are two of them. I need a way to check see if it's already loaded. I only have a way to do that though. Actually, maybe I do. Yes, state. I'm not sure I even need it, that was the thing. So many questions. I don't think I misspelled it, but I'm gonna double check by just copy pasting them into there so that I know they're 100% right and I don't have to worry about it. So then, why? Also, that room info doesn't even work right. I was already overlapping it, so that's probably the part of the problem on that one. It's loaded. What happened? It's like it keeps deloading. Loads the one you're in, but if you're too far from something, it won't load. If you're already inside it, it won't load. Also, I don't think that's in the thing. I think it's because it's unloaded and loaded, yeah. Yeah, I gotta split them up. Yeah, because it's loading, unloading them over and over. But since they're the same. That explains that there. It doesn't explain the music room. Washroom load, player 4-2 unload, city unload, music room load. Why? What room are you in? I'm in the music room. Why are you unloading it? Why did it load it but then unload? City unload, sure. Does the library suffer from a similar problem? Go the wrong way anyway. Any mechanic does cause problems when running around. True. You gotta be far enough away for these to load though. I think that's the downside of the other thing like that. I'm trying to get them to load far enough away that it works, but I gotta go like this. Get outside of the range. And then go back into range and it should load it. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the music room unloading like that. That's interesting. Is it because I've touched those two together? Like I've touched, like I have two of them that say the same thing? I thought for certain I was doomed there. I was like, nah. Whoa. It has to check if it's already loaded. That's the problem, because it's loaded, but it's not loaded. Because it's hitting multiple ones, and before it only just set the name and I didn't care. I need a record to see if it's loaded. Hmm. There's no data layer runtime state. It's just that. I'm not sure where I'm getting this, the data layer instance. Where's the reference to that? I'm learning as I'm going, so, you know. I have a data layer asset, not a data layer instance. Yeah, see, there's no get data layer, there's a get instance. It's get data layer instances itself. Wait. I don't want all of them. I guess. Huh. I'd have to async load first back here and test it. This accomplishes nothing. Actually, let me double check that this is true. No context sensitive, please. Let's get an initial runtime. Say, what is that? This context. So what can we even do with you? Not a lot, actually. Just search for stuff. Sure. How about off you? What do you do? There's an instance object reference. It's gonna do like that, I think, for you to loop it. But actually, I gotta async load it and then find it. Actually, I do this and find, right? Not the same. Like, I still haven't found something that's the same. Possible what I want can't be done, but I mean, this gives you a state. Which is the first thing I found that does it, but that's not what I really want out of it. They're an equal? How to do it. And just migrate this down from the music thing. Hey, Modrong, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for the raid. What have you been up to? Exciting? I'm just breaking things, don't mind me. I'm not even sure that this is gonna work. Yeah, it might work. It might. Unbreaking things. That's not what you're supposed to do with Unreal Engine. You're supposed to break things, duh. That's half the fun. Imagine fixing things. What do you want our stuff to work? Who does that? That's weird. Don't need no stinking things that work. Somebody showed me data layers. Well, they told me about it, and now I'm looking that stuff up. And it kind of worked. Kind of. But it has problems. I think it's false. This I think that's all I need. So what'd you break? Hey, Free Fox. I feel like my roadmap was sincere. 7% it would be refactoring. Sure. What is fair, really? I mean, you know, doesn't really matter. Yeah. I just go with whatever was fun at the moment. But sometimes these refractors actually tend to lead to new mechanics. That's happened a few times. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's just real true. You're just saying it's just kind of true. I could probably just get Dead Layer Manager down here and not have it go all over the place. I don't think it needs to go all over the place. I just do. Well, I gotta. Am I really gonna promote the Data Layer Manager to? Well, you can't even promote it to a variable. I just have to keep getting it over and over. I don't care about cleaning this up. Also, I need to include my for each loop in here. That might help. I'm smart. Yeah. So I found these great things here. Well, I was told about them. And they're just little data layer things, and you just can load in whole rooms by just simply triggering them and unload them. But that means two things can occupy the same space and they don't interact with each other unless you load them both at the same time, which would be stupid. Don't do that. But that means that I could have a room be suddenly corrupted when you return to it later or something, have things that are different in it. Also, I mean, there's the obvious, you know, improvement on performance. Probably. I'm actually not certain that it has a better performance over just H-loading everything and using multiple partitions for it, but it might. It might. Maybe. Maybe. Like, it didn't load the music, which is annoying. One of the big problems I'm having is some of the rooms are like split up into different sections, and it'll unload and then reload the room. So I'm trying to make certain it doesn't do that. 10 out of 10, that worked great. Whatever. That room's got problems. That needs a different solution than these other ones that I'm working on. I'm tired of dying to lack of sanity. This one had a problem right here, and I think I fit. Because it's unloading it. It's only the ones with multiple sections that have the same name. Well, now it's not really loading them at all. Oh, just taking forever? Well, it says load unload. It didn't bother to I dare say my code was not very good. It's okay, I'm still learning about the data layers as of, I think, earlier today, so. Basically, if there's exactly one room, it works. Also, there's like 2 of her now. Really? I died. Got eaten. Let's see what happens on a death where I end up.
Next time, pow. Right in the kisser.
I did load all this. The FPS, well, okay. I should probably be fair with the FPS and close the other windows too, because the test is better that way. Actually, I think I actually lost FPS in the deal. I didn't gain it. But mechanically, it could be really interesting. I can't jump over that even double jump. That's okay. You're not supposed to have double jump here, so I don't care. I gotta work on these having a better point blank range. Oh, I was losing sanity because I had that on. Oops. When you forget how your own abilities work. I don't know why it's unloading them though. Like, I mean, it's told to load a thing, but it's never really told to unload it until, well, I guess it is sort of, isn't it? I have to check against the room name that she currently has for there to see if she's currently in it. So it's gonna have to be on the room info end. And just never issue the command in the first place rather than try to search for it and do whatever, because that still won't stop the command from working. Oh, the boss still works. That's something. It's good to know. So, to be on the room info with something like that here. These are pretty cool though. You just go boop and things just are. Oh, whatever it is. Oh, I didn't include the glass. Potentially this might mean that I could finally have all the rooms on the same floor, which then let you cross between the various floors more often. Which could allow for some additional running through pipes to different areas and stuff. More tricky things. Because the H-load system really didn't allow for that. Like, you could try, but there's kind of a cap to the H-load system due to the verticality problem. Oh, Yeah, never load the player starts. Just leave those in the world. Trust me, it's a bad idea to load them. Also, they don't really have any resource requirements. They're so low, it's pathetic. Pretty much gotten everything. I guess the mirror was the last thing I forgot. I'm keeping the walls and some of the pipes here because they go outside of different rooms, so. Other stuff, oh, I missed a light. Well, far be it from me to miss a light. Why waste the resources, right? Right. Looking forward to that. I'll have to do this on all the other rooms too. Ugh, on the other floors. Oh god, why? Yeah. It has helped me organize though. For whatever it's worth, it has really helped me organize. I mean, I already had everything in folders. Well, kind of. As you can see, things were not in the folders. There's so many little of these event things for the map system that it's kind of... sorry, events, but blueprints for the map system that it's sometimes hard to see where everything is. I guess I could turn the lights on. That would probably help too. I don't think there's anything else left, probably. Anyway, I don't know why I went to this particular room. It doesn't really matter which room I'm in. They're all the same blueprint. Yeah, her room info wouldn't change based upon the despawn box, so I should be able to get her room info. Let's just promote other actor. Let's just undo that and grab other actor. I'm not surprised this thing already has another actor. Okay, let's actually set it, not get it. I haven't had enough caffeine today. That's my explanation for everything. If you ever need a question, I just didn't have enough. One, please, not two. Clean this up some. It has that, and then I'm gonna want room info. I hate having cords go everywhere, it bugs me. Definitely make it nice and descriptive. I just wanted to use it twice because I don't want to type it for up here when this is the only endpoint of it. Makes very little sense to do that twice. Room info. Like black for the background on these, just so I have an idea where every single thing is in the for the stuff. I hate when it's just on the grid all by itself. Something just visually feels weird about it like that. I guess this is a crossover between the two. As if actor begin overlap or well has ever been useful in the history of the world. It's the most worthless node out there. There's like one area in the entire project that's used event tick, and that's only because Epic is using it with their movement system. I would never willingly use event tick. I don't hate my performance. It would be nice if it just auto-deleted those for me every time I open them up. Event begin play can stay. That one's very handy. Really? I wonder if I screwed up the other thing there. Everything else works except for that. Now it's loading in the music room, which... Yeah, it has to be the interaction between those two, because as long as they come from this direction, the little load thingy is this small section over here because they have to be rectangular and they can't have a weird hole in them like that. So by doing this, it would potentially cause a problem. Sanity, of course. Oh, well, first off, Probably would help to have exact match on that. Otherwise, anything with character on it would trigger it. Doesn't even matter. There are many instances where I'm excited by like needing, not wanting that. They just almost just default ticked because it's rare you look for a category of tags than just a specific tag. Pretty certain the number of times I've looked for a category of tags still stands at 0. The room name was up there, so I mean they should be identical. Once the system works, I can worry about mechanics where I can replace rooms or, in fact, have corrupted rooms. So honestly, I might just have a corrupted layer versus a whole room. You're in the music room, right? It says so. What are you seeing, buddy? Tell me your secrets. Yeah, this is sufficiently ugly enough that I will notice the difference. I don't think you can get an uglier combination of colors. Even green and yellow comes up with some sort of spring thing. Though to be fair, yellow and basically everything pink is pretty gross. I've ever been excited to see that. Sending messages. I'm in the music room. I'm still in the music room. How would you unload the music room when I'm in the music room? A screenshot of it. Kind of a lot of information going on here. Also, my other code on Poppet itself wasn't good. To be fair, it's pretty experimental for what's going on with it. I actually need to get the data layer manager all the way back here anyway. I can also async load first and then get it and make it less of a mess. True. There's no need to do it that way. I added a bunch of code. Gotta grab it here though. That's true. Definitely a mess. Wish you could promote this to a variable so bad. Where's the component? There's no option to convert up here on that, is there? Oh, it's a world partition item anyway. To get it right here every time, I don't think that's particularly worth all the time and effort per se. It is a little messy though. Could remove one line by doing it there if I wanted. That is true. There's an obnoxiously messy line. Then it seems like it performs worse after doing this. I wonder if this is actually helping. I don't think it is. Well, let's submit that code and see if it's causing the problem or not. Yeah, it's just hitting the unload. Hmm. Yeah, and this fire em's gonna have problems all the time. It's just too many of them. That one loads, but I mean, they don't match. I would want it to do either or. Like, there's no, it wouldn't matter if it matched or not. Like, as far as there's never a point where them matching would make me want to do something. This did nothing, so. I don't know where that true false is at. Second. Why do people have to message me right in the middle of the stream when I'm busy doing something? It's like important stuff too, so I can't even just ignore them. I can, but it's awkward to do so. Remove this information because it's just too much information. I'm having a hard time figuring out exactly what the problem is here. I do want the room to load if it doesn't match. And I'm reporting her room name and they're matching, so... Well, Papa doesn't set a room. She's in the washroom, that's fine. Why does it unload the music room? I'm trying to prevent a reload thingy all the time, but maybe I just do that like that anyway. Actually, that would never work because the the box to load them is so much farther out when it assigns the room info, so it would always have to not be that. I was on something here, but it's already telling me which one it is right here because the room info the room name tells me exactly which one we're talking about. Well, I guess it doesn't specifically tell me exactly which one we're talking about. What I can do is actually get self as well and find out the exact one that's calling it, because it's multiple ones, so one of them might be different. No. It has to be the unload that's happening. One additional information here. Copy paste. Or not? No paste? Sure, whatever. None of the other ones would effectively unload it, so I don't really care about. One thing I'm going to check is make certain I put the right ones in here. I might have put the wrong ones in or something, and Poppet's that thing here. I don't want the other music playing. Whatever. Music room and... Well, it's the music room's the only one loaded in there. It's nowhere else, so nothing should force an unload of that.
I am here in the shadows.
Oh, thanks for the look, big man. I'm busy breaking things as usual. wonder if it's doing it somewhere else in the blueprint, because I set it up last night and there's doesn't seem like any flaw to my logic is the issue. But I might have left something on one of these other ones here on the end overlap. Ah ha ha ha. That was what it was. I was like, this makes zero sense. Everything is literally... It's such simple logic. It's like, with such simple logic, I'm not expecting some, you know, problem. Also, there should be an exact match. Again, they should just default that on. There's never any world where I'm not going to do an exact match. I had this whole AC interactable thingy that I made to try to do some other alternate method yesterday, like last night. It was stupid. It was so stupid. Anyway, this AC interactable from everything is garbage. Well, at least for the things I added it to, because I added a whole extra function that doesn't matter anymore. I was so puzzled for a second there. I knew my code was, the new code was good. I was like, this makes zero sense. This is such simple logic. The Devil's Super is, or like, this ability, the aura thing is too good. And it'll have to be like an endgame ability at best. I can't just give it to you, because it's just so overpowered. Yeah, well, something's going on here that's not okay. I mean, one of them should load. There really is an interaction between those two. Actually, I'm not sure whether the Safari Room doesn't load when running into the first version of it, though you'd think it would. After all, the room info is here. Unless the Safari Room just has the wrong name. It doesn't look like it has the wrong name, though. I mean, those look like they match. And yet... Okay. Actually, it's more specifically the names involved here. I mean, that looks correct, and the names looked fine to me. In fact, I would have noticed a bug earlier if the names weren't the same, but... to make certain there's no weird extra spaces or something that I don't know if didn't notice, I guess. I mean, in theory, I could actually load it all in the smaller sections that match the room infos as well. I don't know if I want to do that, but I could technically do that, and that would probably be more efficient, but I also want the game to get done some year, so, you know. Don't think I want to do that. Also, it still treats them all as the same room anyway. I'm very confused why the bug would be solved in this room and not the other. Something has to be forcing an unload. Why? Oh, I was too close to the room anyway. There's a bit of a problem too when you spawn into the room you spawn into is loads in, but because I set up a code for that, but if you spawn in right next to another room, it won't work to load that room. So that's awkward. But it should despawn when you hit the end of these things, not the others, so. Yeah, why do you work but not the other? I gotta remove the fanfare on those. I don't want it to keep saying. Okay, so it loaded from that direction. I know there's another section down here. Say the room infos are in, you know, basically rectangular shape. They can't be rounded or anything like that. They can't have holes in them or anything, so I simply have multiple ones with exactly the same name, and that is how I am able to have rooms that are irregular shapes. Obviously I can never have anything rounded unless I want to set up a special version just for the rounded stuff, but I'm not doing that. I don't need a rounded room. So I left the room and came back. I guess I didn't force an unload. But the bug was hitting multiple ones of these, and this one should be one down here. There should be one up there, one over there. One over there in the corner, I believe. There's 5 of them, so. There's one up here. Like right by this door is one that's on top of this room. It ends at the top there, and then one to go down in that little like cul-de-sac or whatever down there. One up here, one down there. And the last one would be where the Empress is. Go stand in the light for a second. So then what's the bug with the other? This actually works better than the H-load system in a way. I guess to be fair, things still H-load even with that, so you can combine them together. That's why some things are spawning in as I warm it up. Well, this is another one. Kind of a slow load first time. That's usually what I expect out of the when it's in the engine. And now the Safari room is unloaded. Because I guess I despawned it, but then that. Why don't you spawn back in over here? Now you did. A slow load, I guess. Hey, K-Mons. How's the game going? Okay. Hey, learned about data layers, and now I'm trying to restructure things to use data layers because it might be way more efficient. But there's some problems with them so far. You might. You'd be right if you said that. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you'd be right. You right. It basically lets me load and unload whole rooms instead at once, and I can load in different rooms too. So I was gonna have different versions of rooms, like corrupted versions and things I could load in, but the big problem is this room is, as you can see, doing weird crap. Only from this direction, not from that direction. That direction it seems to work just fine. So I'm confused a bit. So basically, it's going pretty much the usual. Meep, 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 meep. Hair in the mouth. Blah. Do you have a workflow for creating clothing? I'm looking at a pipeline for it, but doesn't want to pay. Doesn't want for marvelous designer. Most of the stuff I just do in Daz, honestly. Like, and it's not really. You can just buy outfits, honestly, for Daz thingies. So, and then you can tweak things around, everything like that. If you're gonna hand make it, do I have a good hand making method? Not really. Because Daz will refit the various things, so then I can just, you know, change out outfit pieces and things and edit the clothing if I need to or whatever. I haven't really looked into what you could do with like metahumans and that kind of stuff and those things yet, which would also be pretty good. That's what I wanted. So I ran far enough away from this. So confused what's happening in that other corner that's causing this problem. It's perfect from this direction. But really, my advice is honestly, you know, use something that is like a character creator style thing where you can edit things like Daz or character creator. And try not to have to hand make too many things unless your literal shtick is hand making all your own, you know, characters to sell to someone, in which case, hey, you know, that's your job. Or just buy the ones on the market that are already remade, because there's like a billion of them. That one look really good. But pretty much the shortcut ways require the most amount of money. Though I do stack sales if I ever buy anything from Daz. I bought a bunch of stuff from Daz for the other game, and now I'm using them for this game because I don't have extra money for this one. What happened there? Yeah, Dad's pretty expensive too. If you stack sales, it's not that expensive, but it's still pretty expensive. Well, the good old free option is always Blender, right? Whenever you need a free thing, Blender exists. Technically, there's modeling software in Unreal Engine, though I know very little about it, having spent no time with it. It's one of the things I want to learn. Also want to learn more material stuff. Not that I have time to do that right now. Trying to make the game work first. And advertise it. Oh god, and advertising. I am up to 81 wish lists, so it's not like I have 0 wish lists. That's nice. If I ship for modeling, Blender is fine for it. I need like 10 hours for a jacket that's so much time to spend on a piece of clothing. That's kind of the thing. It's really, you know, where are you going to put your time in? I mean, because if you're a game dev, you gotta, I mean, you gotta pick and choose, right? So I try not to make things from scratch as often as I can. I don't want to do it very often. Any shortcut I can take would be nice. And like I say, Daz is pretty good, but except for the interactive licenses are terrible. But since you can swap out all the various, you know, materials on those things, you can edit the geometry on them. It works out kind of like a, you know, the best character creator ever, with the drawback of being not the cheapest character creator ever. But if you stack enough sales, you can get as much as 95% off their prices. If you don't stack sales, they'll run you through the ringer. Would never do that. Don't do that to yourself. Stack the sales. Stack the sales. So it's like a science over there. It's like you gotta buy a gift card when they're like 20% off. If you pay like $200 into this thing like that, and then you gotta do like get like a key item and then do this. Just there'll be this laundry list of people like on their forums will go through. It's like, this is how you get this for 5%. And I'm like, that site has multiple sales a day. I don't know how people have time to sit there and calculate this crap. Then you can mix and match things and make it pretty good. I mean, you know, also being able to just adjust all the features on a character without having to hand model, it's very nice. Like you can adjust everything. Sometimes there's more than a few. Like every time I get a new thing, there's like additional sliders because it's all operated by sliders for the most part. And man, every female model comes with more breast sliders. I kid you not. I have like over 50 sliders. I'm like, what more could you possibly adjust on them at this point? I mean, there's over 50 of you. It's also, unfortunately, one of the least stream-safe programs I've ever seen in my life, so I don't do it on stream. I was looking for ways to make it stream-safe, and I couldn't do it. I'd get banned on Twitch so fast. I could do tutorials on how to use it, but again, like, it's hard to hide all the nudity involved, essentially. Even the stupid little sliders, often the little image for the slider will have like a picture of like a boob or something. You're like, really? Why is it on the slider too? You can't even hide it. It's just like, it's like, that's not even what I'm adjusting. I'm just scrolling through sliders. You won't talk about all the other parts they show on there too. And you're like, all right, thanks. Yeah, I don't have a good custom thing. You might talk to Jed. I think Jed uses Blender. Because, well, it's free. But admittedly, if I could pay $50 to save 10 hours of work, I probably would. Right? Because minimum wage here is like 20 bucks or something an hour, so you know, 10 hours of work is at that rate is $200, so it makes sense to spend 50 to avoid 200 and to avoid, you know, 10 hours of work, because it's really only 2.5 hours of work to get to 50. But if I was, you know, all about ROI, I don't think I would be doing a streaming or game dev, so. Or I'd be going much quicker games than this one to make, for certain. Eventually I'll get my investment back on this, probably, maybe. I'm not sure that's a true statement I made. It's just a statement I made. This should tell me in that either way, but I'm gonna put these before this check. I might hate myself for this, but I'm trying to see when that happens. Actually, no, there's no real way inside that macro. Okay, well that's... yeah, okay. I guess to be fair, I've never even looked into like character creator either. That was actually Fox mentioned it to me. I haven't actually ever even looked sideways at it. Oh, it has to be over here. I'm literally doing this just so I can have a quick check here. See if I can figure out what's going on here. It's just this one room and only from that direction. That's so confusing that it's from one direction only. It has to be interfering with something else that also has a similar name. I guess. I mean, unless the campsite has that. I don't think it does. Maybe it does. No? Doesn't seem to. There's its unload range and its other range, the despawn range, which is way out there. We're not loading that one, we're loading... I'm assuming this one right here, yeah. I mean, it should be all the way out here that it's looking at the load deload thingy right here. Not there. Almost tempted to force the doors to close just so I can load rooms behind them. Maybe I do that and intentionally make the doors close after a certain period of time. So this way they, when you open them again, there could be a chance that something is different beyond the rooms. That's an interesting idea. Not sure I'm going to do it, but whenever I have an idea that might be interesting, yeah. Yeah. I'll leave it as it is, because it might be interesting. Sometimes you let a door close, and when you open it, it might trigger something interesting. Although people might sit there and make the doors close intentionally. Oh, anyway, I want to check now that I have that other code in there to see what's going on here. Yeah, it should be fine. Something is definitely not right. I think I tried to set this up at 1 in the morning. Unsurprisingly, it did not work very well. The Fire Room 3 forced an unload. Well, it tried to unload. But there's another piece of information. That's just telling me which one's trying, but it doesn't tell me the end result beyond the thing like that. So I guess I want that as well. I mean, this just smacks of a timing issue. Versus anything else. Whenever something is random like this. Like it's overlapping one at another time and messing with the other. And there's more. This is the only one with like 5 of these, but the second chapter has ones with like 5 of them. So, now, maybe not 5. 5's a lot. But typically speaking, it's got some amount. I don't think I'm using orange yet. Sure. I don't want to do it that way. I could just do Control-Shift-S, whatever. So what happened? Did I type unsuccess in there? I think I typed unsuccess instead of unload. Whatever, as long as it gets the job done. It just is a funny way to type it for certain. That should have been unload. Whatever. I still know what it means, even if it's very Wonderland-esque. Unsuccess. Sure. We're making up words now, boys. Well, here I didn't have one. But with no name in there, that's fine. Let me do the test from a little farther back there. I want to get the room info, so I have a room that I'm in for it to work, right? Because I'm always going to be running from a distance, so I won't be spawning next to it, so I should probably have it as accurate as can be. Why haven't you set my room? Oh, I died. Okay, so now I'm counted as in the library. It spazzed out a bit there. This looks like I didn't have a room first, which means that when it spawns in, it's not assigning a room. Means I botched something on there. What's up with you? These rails should have loaded too. Which leads me to believe that they were put in the wrong thing. Okay. No, it just questionably loads. Well, if data layers can't load everything in, then they're not very handy, are they? I guess to be fair, it is loading a lot of options here. It's loading... Okay, there's 400 actors in here, so to be fair, that data layer is probably a bit much. It'd be difficult to split this room up too much. Because the room info system isn't really designed to be split up like that. But I think the problem is partially that it's just not assigning the correct room at the start. It loads this room, right? Yeah, it's just not assigning the room name on the first one you enter.
We're all mad. Emily, you're going the right way.
Interesting. Might have a load room? Oh, no, of course I do. That's the interface option, never mind. My load check doesn't necessarily have a specific time on that. Probably should event begin play that, whatever. It's not assigning the room here. That's what it's supposed to do first. It's just the wrong order. A lot of this game relies upon knowing which room and floor Poppet's on. Try this first and then this. Jerry-rigging some code. Some of this stuff is not as cool as it once was. Plus I should probably put it in like little mini graphs for how much information is on it. I also have a system that I no longer use, the skull system, which doesn't even need to exist. This whole system down here is just irrelevant now. Because I already have a better system with the encounter system and how it spawns things in, so. Sometimes you just do it better, right? I'm really excited if this lets me play with what's in the rooms very easily without like individually spawning, but just like drastically changing rooms. Especially if the resources are low. Why didn't you... Well, now you did it. But I was hoping for an on-load. What happened? Oh, that's just the spline bug. Nobody cares about the spline problems. I'll fix those later. They're easy to fix. You just turn them into static meshes and that fixes the spline bugs. And you want to do it anyway to reduce draw calls, so it's not like you shouldn't do that. Where did I flub it? Oh. a goofball. That's fair. That'll be the best thing about having all these records of all these streams later. I can look back on it and have a permanent record of all the dumb crap I did. Literally just get a compilation of every stupid thing I did and put it in a video. Make it like, game dev is hard, and it's just literally every dumb thing I've ever done in the course of making this game. Didn't start the music, did it? Mm-mm. Why? Why did it not play music? Why indeed? Well, room information is supposed to be what covers that. Right up here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The music room does have its own music. I know it does. No world it doesn't, right? There's different music for the second. I guess there has to be because they're counted as two separate floors. Yeah. So why not? But we'll come back to that. The music thing is a different problem. Let's make certain the load issue works first, and then we'll do that. Things I do to try to make stuff better. Also, don't start with that loaded. It does defeat the purpose if you have the extra 400 objects loaded at all times. I guess actors, as the case may be. Definitely trips out a lot. I thought I fixed it, but it's just tripping. Again, I didn't have the room though. That was the thing. Like as soon as I'm far enough away, once I have a room set up, then it works fine. But because the other unloads kind of mess with that, it looks like. Yeah, no room assigned, which makes no sense that no room is being assigned. Now the library, sure. Oh, it did it again. I'm gonna take a quick bio break first, and then I'll try to resolve this issue. So I will be right back. They seem so promising. It's just they seem so... like there's problems. But they seem promising. So I'm like... I wonder if this code was actually useful here. There's a lot wrong with these systems here. Of course, whenever you try to cram a whole new system into a project that's already really far along, you know? What was I expecting to have happen? Right? Yeah, it just downloads it real quick. Didn't do anything useful. It's because there's one like right along the bottom of it. I'm effectively hitting two of them at the same time, I think, and that's causing some problems. That would mess with the verticality problem pretty bad, wouldn't it? Maybe I can't have them on top of each other. That's one of the differences in this room versus the other room, is the vertical nature of it. So I'm basically walking inside of the both of them. Like 3 and that one, there's a 3 is like all the way out here as well. And then 5 is down there, and it's also like right here at my feet. So in theory, they should be exactly the same. They shouldn't have an issue with each other. Because, well, there shouldn't be any reason they should. I mean, like, they're supposed to load if there's exactly the same name or not. If they don't have identical names, it's supposed to load. So the room the player's in. Let me test something. The things I do to try to make it so that this is actually, you know, memory efficient. Well, that's actually what this started out as, but now I want this for a mechanic specifically now. So if I do that, now I won't trip over it. And it might be like a band-aid fix. Which I'll take a band-aid fix, it's fine. I'm not picky. A band-aid fix is good enough for me. I think that that room is too small for how far out this is. Like perhaps the distance on this should just be much lower. Because I initially made it really big, just much larger than the despawn area, but to be honest, the despawn one probably doesn't need to be as big anymore since it's no longer as reliant on things existing as it once was. Now there's the encounter system. So this is like a system that predates the encounter system, which, you know, I thought was so great because it saves so much memory and everything like that. It was much resources in general saved. And yeah, it was fine. Then the encounter system was like, but I'm better. You are. We'll despawn that distance and I should be able to spawn her in now, right? Or is it because I'm low enough that I'm hitting the one on the ground? Maybe that's a problem. I'm literally in the campsite, so loading this should cause that, in theory. Well, now it loaded. Presumably because I hit another one of the triggers. Who knew Devil Pop was the best explorer? Makes sense. With the curse reversed and how it works, you basically are in the darkness all the time, and there's actually no reason to go to the light for the most part. Unless you want to gain your curse back, but you could always turn off the devil, I guess. Yeah, so once you figure that initial load, it seems to work fine. But if I walk only partially into here and then walk back, see, it doesn't have a problem with this one either. It has to be that you're tripping over one of the other ones, so I basically need to have a... maybe raise the campsite up to avoid the problem. Because I think that's what's happening, is I'm literally standing inside of another one in there, and it's confusing it between the two of them. And I'll take a band-aid solution if it works. It's fine. Like, I just won't design rooms with that problem anymore, and I can just work around the issue, if that's the real problem. Because, like I say, it smacked of a timing issue, and it still seems like a timing issue. But I really do think that... well, even then, what is it deload there? Also, I'm standing on the tree. Sure, why not? It's too high up on my good. Never really too high up. There worked fine. So somehow running from the library into here causes this weird bug. It makes nothing load. Right? Run to the library. Get the despawn thing, all that despawns. Try not to run into Charlotte while you're doing this. It's kind of a dangerous room to have to do this, but it is what it is. Like, if I don't run in there, what happens? It seems to work fine. I like how everything's just killing itself in the water and giving me all these free heals. That's a problem for future me. I made a bunch of changes to try to deal with this system that were terrible, and I'm assuming the new changes will be, well, they can't be any worse. That's actually incorrect. They could totally be worse. God, it's so inconsistent. Like, it worked, but it didn't. And why does it unload when you go here? Or not, because there's multiples, that's why. It's just because I'm hitting the one that's lower, so I have to change that somehow. So that it doesn't do that. Okay. It's because 3 is really high up, isn't it? You're like inside of 3, but you're also inside of 5. But actually 3 just seems like it's... Are you just like incorrect height-wise? Is that the problem? I think that's the case. You're just incorrect height-wise. Like it should have been moved down ages ago. The despawn seems like it's where it's supposed to be, maybe. Oh, the despawn one is its own thing there? Yeah, so those are the same height there. So it just needs to be lower, I think. So I'm forcing a despawn. Yeah, this one's essentially right at that, so this one just needs to be also at that. The problem might just be that I'm actually leaving the room entirely, and that's forcing the issue. Wouldn't surprise me. In which case, maybe there was never really a bug at all. Maybe it was just stupidity on my part. Again, not the first time, if that's the case. Unlikely to be the last, either. That looks pretty close. Let's try now. It's still not giving me the room I'm supposed to be in and starting the music at the right times, and there's still other bugs, but perhaps the answer is right here. I'm just gonna equip the devil now and save myself some time. I'm obviously gonna have to rework how this works or give it away at the very end of the game. Also, this wall needs to be part of the campsite. Have I not left the room? I had to have. There's nowhere where I haven't left the room. I gotta jump out here basically to have it, right? Yeah. The big problem here, I think this just has to be part of the campsite. Oh, but it can't be part of both or it'll unload it. Which means if you aren't in the campsite, it would just unload this particular thing. Oh, I'm standing in the light. The devil was actually killing me off because I was standing in the light. It's so funny that it's just collecting infinite things. It's an interesting question. There has to be a ledge or something to come out on. There's just no two ways about it. I guess I could duplicate it. Be a little weird. I just don't know what else I'm going to do about it. Other than leap of faith it. I think that causes an issue if I'm... Would it cause an issue? I don't know, we'll find out. Though honestly, I probably should just leave it at 136 and then just double load that. Also, this wall has to be loaded in with that case there. See how that pans out. Put my room back here so this way I have a room name when I load in. You gonna load in there, buddy? Thought I hit play, I guess not. Well, I mean, the spawn distance doesn't need to be directly next to it, but I think the thing is the room info is the problem. Well, actually, in theory, that should never be a problem anyway. Unload success, sure. I mean, you're just not getting far enough away, I guess. Finally running a slight distance, but why is it unloading that so quickly? If I go forward, I'm still on the... Oh. Again, it smacks of a timing issue. Now it's happy. Can't get it to duplicate that bug. Whatever the case, let me fix this other thing too while I'm at it. I need this wall here. Again, we're faced with a problem with this room. And the problem is simply that it can only be in one or the other. Which means that this wouldn't load normally. I basically need two of them. There's just no two ways about it. I just need two. Well, it'd be a little weird from this direction. But what I can do, if I really want to ghetto this, 0.5. We'll put this one right up against here. And then we'll duplicate it. Like so. Right? And then if you're in the campsite, we'll load this one. It's ghetto. Well, the other option is just put a fake wall in there too, which I could also do. That's probably less ghetto because you'll come in here and you'll see the fake wall and you'll be fine. I have to fake wall both these though. Instead of beards, you get hair in your mouth. It's annoying. Yeah, just having one fake wall is probably better than what I was about to just do. And that way it would work too, but why not just make a fake wall? Somebody could just grab a fake wall, but I guess not. Actually, the other option is to simply add it to the building. That's the better strategy. All of these things don't have to be in their things. Because I can just move them all to the building. And then they're just they just H-load normally. Which I think is probably the best strategy, because otherwise, well, yeah. I forgot that was an option. That solves a lot of problems, actually. There's an argument for putting this also too. Like, every pathway should probably just be not... They should just be part of the other thing like that. Maybe. Anyway, bet you that fixes every problem, except for the initial room problem, of course. That's going to require something else. What, I don't know yet, but... It used to work fine, so I probably just foobarred something in my efforts to fix everything else. We stealthing. And hit Jay? Yeah. Feels good, man. So glad I picked up that VFX Humble bundle. Also hit the chat for some reason. I need to go through and add a bunch more. I have so many assets already to go through. I don't even know why I look at other assets at this point. I am hovering on nothing. I didn't even know I could hover on nothing there, but I can. This floor is not big enough. Turn the lights on. I hate trying to position something against darkness. It's just hard. Did I, Well, I guess I could just shove this against here, too. Instead of trying to move this floor. Why do I make this floor so close? I never like making them that accurate because I want to be able to move them around a little bit, maybe. This wall's just not there. Oh, if you do that, they're not next to each other, huh? Not the most ideal wall I've ever made. It's because this wall is thicker, that's why. Doesn't gotta be. I don't super care if it's a little thicker. Maybe not that much thicker. Wow. And that slight difference is something. Wow. Or were you always thicker than the other one? Is that what I'm seeing here? Thought for all the world this was the thicker of the two. Weird. Gonna match a little better, I guess. Let's fix that problem. No more hovering. Yeah, as long as I make a point of just putting the stuff that's where you're going to run around on inside of the thing, so you're never running on nothing. Just H-load that and data layer everything that's not. Hear me out. This isn't sounding so bad. I do gotta resolve the... Doesn't play the correct music, doesn't enter the right room. Well, there it did. Sparks it to him or something. Okay. John's finicky right there. Yeah, like it kind of messes up a bit or something. Like it only partially loaded everything. Yeah, I might just make all the pathways appear there. But you'll be able to look out and you'll see these things aren't loading, so you'll see stuff loading. I don't know what to do about that, but even then it's not fully loading. It's like you can mess it up. Actually, it was loading, just loading slowly. I dropped off in here, I didn't get that. No, I didn't. I'm counted as being in a library. It says I discovered the library, but the room info never happened. How was I awarded the library, but it didn't discover it? Or didn't change the room? He did this. Well, let's just make our lives a little easier here. This smacks of a timing issue. I probably should just get player character on event begin play. Easier to keep track of. This thing should have reference to the player anyway. There was a time when it defaulted to calling this player character. I don't know why they decided to change it a while for that, but it was a bad decision. Hear me out. It used to be that, you know, whatever you put on there, it would try to auto-name something. Stop. And that's weird. Not always though. Sometimes it still tries again. It's very strange. 5.6 made a lot of really dumb changes. Has a lot of bugs too. It's not 5.4 bad. Nothing's 5.4 bad, but it's got some problems for certain. I don't know why I have other actors play a character there. I don't even think I want to do that. This is old code. You need to wonder why it's terrible. Whatever, I'm just getting rid of the player character. No things, I don't care after that. I think at some point it was having bugs or something because of the other actor thingy, and that's why I ended up having to do this. Because this only ever interacts with Poppet anyway. Other actor doesn't even make a lot of sense. In fact, let's just eliminate other actor from up here. I don't see where it's even using it, but just in case it's using it somewhere. Let's fix that. Because it is possible for a timing issue to screw things up like this. You know, I don't even know using the goal system there. I need to remove that anyway. This whole thing's way more complicated than it needs to be. Old me was sometimes a genius and sometimes completely stupid. There are times when I look back and go, wow, old me was really smart and did all this stuff in advance. New me didn't do that. And then that's sometimes it's like, old me did a lot of garbage that made no sense whatsoever. Why? Why would it do that? My ethical powers, I never even finished any of that crap. This isn't even connected up to anything. Huh. I think it's part of the weird goal system that never got finished. Why? Most time I find it better to keep everything on Poppet and let her track things. And then she just adds it to her save file whenever I need it to be saved, and we good. Also, should be careful how often I use other actor, because it's too easy to just use other actor and have it trample all over each other. There's really no cost to additional variables. Use as many as you want. Other than for organization purposes. It does kind of suck for organization purposes. If I'm only using it in one spot, it doesn't matter though. This looks like the case. Yeah, it's all part of that same thing. I don't care about that. I mean, I should probably just use player character on all that and save a lot of potential issues. That is true. Can never be a timing issue if you always just use the player character. The farther in I get, the more timing issues are a problem. And I'm pretty certain that should fix the other problem. We'll find out. If we hear music playing, we'll know that it was right. Let me mute the other music so I can tell. Aha! In room in the library, yep, that was the problem. Timing issues. The bane of my existence. Whenever it's random, it's a timing issue. Admittedly, this room still loads like garbage.
Are you me? They're watching you talking. Stitched my dreams to gears with sounds. They're unsteamed, rise through its teeth. The airship's shadow follows. The ether hums my.
Then I didn't load the safari room. God, this is so finicky. Just takes time to load them in, I think. Not bad on these ones. There's not that much. It's just that one room is so big. I opened every door. Man, the number of bots on Kick is gross. I mean, the FPS isn't terrible. I'm keeping in mind that I am streaming and the game is running in Unreal Engine, so it's not packaged. I still could load at a greater distance and be better off. But to be fair, those doors wouldn't be open, and if I force the doors to close, every time you open them, maybe changing how things work, it could be interesting. I gotta admit though, it's been solid green, so maybe there is something to be said for these. Well, okay, not solid green now apparently, but Oh, solid green over there. No, I gotta say, the FPS is up higher. It's not wrong. Not here, though. It only briefly went down. That means that if I had this package, then, you know, I'm not streaming, the FPS will be incredible. Because, I mean, here we're sitting like in a room full of all this smoke and it's at 40 something, low 40s. I gotta admit, data layers are the real goods.
I saw the future in the boiler's glow. A shooting star jumps both ways. Neither hums my name, but it's a liar in a brass shadow. Hums my name, but it's a liar in a brass.
Any more insanity messages? I probably want like 100 of them or something, just weird dumb things to say, and sprinkle through them all the actual lore things. I might even shift them out depending upon how far she is in the game. No reason not to. I'm intentionally gonna jump down here just to see things load. There's still a bit of a load problem with the campsite in there, but other stuff seems like it's going pretty good, and that FPS is not terrible. I mean, this room is heavy, and with the insanity going in that, that hat. So that. I didn't get too far away, so it's not a big deal. I'm still not certain what to do with the city. I did add an area out here to run around on, and that does have value. I don't know if it's far enough to even force a despawn, to be honest. The playroom has problems. That one needs to be redone, but in a different way. The problem is an obvious one. The problem is that, you know, if we go into the second one, it can cause issues with the first one, kinda. Maybe not. Maybe it fixed it by having shrinking them down so they don't have as much verticality. Yeah, the FPS ain't so bad. Still a little mediocre in some of these spots, but yeah, you can't just run through this room. Not anymore. Fly through this room. Yeah, the second floor one will cause problems with it. I need to split the two things up completely. And then put the main section in the building itself. Yeah, sometimes it works great. Also, this lamp shouldn't even be here because these have lights on them. I might remove all the glow from these signs. I don't think I want them to be lights. No, to be fair, it does eliminate the need to have lights on the ground if you can just have these little dumb little signs. Then I don't need these. And that means early on I can have lights that don't require Poppet to turn them on. They're just always on. Because until she has a magician, like, you know, in the third room, she can't actually turn lights on and off. Which is not far, but it does pose a slight problem in the first couple rooms. Obviously, the lights have to just be completely on all the time. Yeah. I mean, the FPS in this area is not great. Well, even then, it's in the upper 30s, low 40s once it loads. This room's a travesty for certain. That's because it spawns in all the minions at once. I need to put in, them as like the NPC system or something. Because the old system of spawning all the enemies was incredibly heavy. Not exactly a desirable outcome. Yeah. It's really just those two spots. These little rooms work great. Just the split rooms, which is unfortunate because the second map is full of a lot of split rooms. There could be a haunted version of the room where Charlotte is randomly wandering around there. Problem is, it's not very effective in a lot of rooms. She's too big for most rooms. Plus, if there's no way to evade her, then it's kind of stupid. So I don't really know what I would do for that. This wasn't designed for that particularly, but... yeah, I mean... yeah. Campsite loads weird. This time it loaded, but it took a second. But in theory, it shouldn't need to load at all. It should just be still loaded. And once you're far enough away, it should be able to trigger just another immediate load. I guess I haven't ran to Patrick's room yet. Don't know why that room would have problems, but sure. It mostly works. I haven't entered the pump room or anything like that. Oh, that's right. It's really hard to gain curse back with that on. You have to go stand in the light to get your curse back. I was like, wow, my curse is all gone. I don't usually have the devil equipped this long. Because it's honestly not that necessary most of the time. But it's great for my exploration when testing. I would enable the world, but I was keeping that more secretive. When I'm not testing, I might just use the world. Yeah, I may have to do some little tricks with the door here.
I'm not talking to you. Why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to me? The gears whisper my name.
I don't even know if this can break that. It's so hard hitting me in this thing. Yeah, this thing just sucks. Doesn't matter. That happened. Are these moving too? No. I didn't unlock the door to the pump room. Oh, there's water here, huh? That is a thing. That should not be. Okay, those need to just not be in a thing, because otherwise it's hard to get through because I get too far away. And you things are brutal. Yeah, those just need to not be in anything because it's just impossible to deal with them, so I gotta unload them. I'm not gonna lie, the FPS went up by a good chunk. Now that I finally have it on every single room. There is an argument for trying to make it so that it loads the city that way too. I don't know, that'd be a little weird. Alright, so we're seeing that every one of those little grates that you can destroy needs to be, I guess, age loaded, honestly. Because otherwise, going between rooms does break things. Phew. It mostly works, though. Just saying, it mostly works. It's finicky and weird, but it mostly works. I'll have to try a packaged version of the game at some point. It won't be right now because I'm gonna have to redo all the stuff for it, all the cooking and everything for it, which takes forever. Because, well, I haven't done it in a while. Usually means I got to redo it. Well, it's successful for the moment. Not ideal, just successful for the moment. For how much the game hinges on these room thingies, I really should go back through and make them a little less garbage. Remove all the stuff that doesn't need to be, that never got finished because I don't want to use it anymore. In the face of the much better system. This must be literally in the pump room only. Oh. Slowly but surely all this gets moved to that. I guess this should probably be in there too, honestly. Like all three of these things should just be not in whatever they're in. I guess to be fair, they kind of aren't. If I move into this folder, I can also change the H load on everything in the folder, the building stuff, so it just loads at a greater distance. Which is good enough. I mean, you know, you don't want the building to vanish in pieces or anything like that. That's kind of awkward. And the H load system basically does the same thing anyway, so only just it doesn't do it in chunks, it just does it at a distance to the player. Huh. There are some lights that are not in the thingy. Well, I don't want them in there, so let's put them in the sapphire room. Let's fix the playroom problem. The things I do to optimize. All these individual floors should definitely not be in there. Anyway, playroom second floor. Let's rename this the playroom first floor. Can't rename it from that menu, huh? I gotta go to the folders? Sure. So, till like early, oh, basically last night, sometime around like 11 p.m., I had no idea these even existed, so. Expect me to make a whole lot of errors with them. Well, I actually got told they would exist. I didn't look into them till then. Now that I have, they seem like the goods. Hear me out. They seem like the goods. Gotta load up Poppet too and add the new ones to her. As long as I get, you know, creative on what actually gets put into them and hiding things. I wonder if I could get the whole building in here. One level. That'd be wild. No more 4 maps. No more having to worry about bizarre transferring things between locations. I mean, I would still have to for the painting world, of course, but the ability to actually have ways to go between the various levels? Oh no. I think before I did that, I would make a nice save, you know. I would. That's a pretty serious amount of work to change things up. Plus I gotta move everything to the second map because that's the one with the landscape, and those don't move between maps. You can't just copy paste a landscape. Even copying the height map thing, didn't work very well. So I don't even use this boss room music. I have questions on why you're even here. And you've just literally forgotten about something because it's been that long since you made any use of it. That era where the boss music was referenced at, I imagine? No? Guess it was never referenced anywhere. Other tracks are just sitting here so I can keep track of things that I might want to use. They're all soft refs anyway. I don't even have a combat room music option. At one point there was initially, whenever you got nearby enemies, it would actually play a different music track. The issue was that it kept doing it all the time. Thus no track ever played for any length of time. As soon as you weren't fighting, it went back to the regular track and it just kind of played the beginning of both tracks over and over. It worked, but it wasn't really very good of an idea. I just said a bunch of things there. Ah. Puzzle organized. At the end there. My typing skills have really gotten crap the longer I've done things. Much crappier. I should just put them all in thing. Now I've done that. Let me change this up here. That was the other thing I was going to do and I got sidetracked. I guess the only downside of loading in parts of it is that I can't I can't change the whole room. I'd have to only change parts of it. Anyway. This is my fault for not organizing it well in the first place. This is pretty deserved, all things considered. Oops. plan is to remove everything from... Remove all the stuff that's in floor 1. And then just remove every single thing to a different folder. And then add it to floor 2. See how it works. If it doesn't lag out here or something. But floor 1 is the one that's mostly complete. So it's kind of a lot. Oh wait, no. Go ahead and move this one out. I don't want that there. It acts as a gateway between the two and therefore vanishing from under the player. Possibly every door is going to need to be not in it though. Possibly. Hit the chat like a weirdo. There are a lot of you. I don't know what to do with those, I don't really care. To be honest, they probably should be removed from there. There's more plop than on the bottom? Really? That's wild if that's the case. Huh. I want to grab those two and move them out of here entirely. I removed those from the thing, right? I forget. Oh, there, okay. It's where the amount of rework I've had to do because of optimization is incredible. I gotta remove all those too. The stuff for floor 2 now. That's cool. Obviously, need to optimize all that by converting all those splines over, but I don't know how I'm going to change it yet. I really don't. I have some ideas, but the top part doesn't play well. The bottom part's relatively fun. The top part's kind of stupid. But since it's had very little time into its actual gameplay setup, by comparison, honestly, this one should probably also be in a building, since it acts as a transition between the two floors. I will also set it to open, just to run between the two and see how it goes. Gonna be a lot of testing to make this work, I'm sure. No. You don't keep these open? Really? Why not? I don't care. The only thing stopping me in this room is height, so not even a problem.
You're going the right way. A shooting star jumps behind dynamite. But it's going the wrong way. A shooting star jumps behind.
The fact that those things can move a little bit's weird. Also, this needs a thing there to grip too. Don't know where it went, but it's in the washroom, isn't it? Nope, I just don't have a thing for it. Huh. Really? Huh. You know, I'm almost tempted to just create a special vent assembly like this anyway, that's just the same one over and over. In fact, I think I'm going to, because it's the same thing. I keep putting a stupid level block traversable in there, and this thing, yeah. Hey, Imperial 2014. Apparently I'm captain now. I'm sure my only ship is one that sinks, so, you know. Hear me out, it's probably not the ship you want to be on. Trust me. Capture the stream, that's fair. I'm doing okay. I learned about data layers. They're so good. You see, you push the button and then out pops stuff. And you can unload them whenever you want. And unload more stuff. Yay! So now I have something new and fun to play with. Badly? No. I can give you a bit of a tour if you want. I think this system is working well enough to do that now. I just did a massive redesign to try to make this new data layers thing work, and it's kinda finicky at the moment. I think it's the current level it's at. Like, it works, But does it though? Does it really work? And that's where I'm at. The does it work? Gonna kinda, sorta. Let me close all the doors so you can see things. Since they act as progress barriers, if you will. I'm only gonna play the first part anyway, so shouldn't be too bad. Well, thanks for the follow, Imperial 2014. Alright, so I think I've got okay, well, like I say, expect some bugs because that system's been in existence for a few hours. And a few hours, well, close out all these doors. I guess I'm not gonna play it this far in because this would be like well over an hour. But I was supposed to close these doors anyway. Now that I've done my speed test. Okay. Where are we at here? This is chapel. Okay. I don't recognize rooms without the stuff in them. Okay. Turn off this other music. If nobody wants to hear that, we'll do the other. I'm sure no one wants to hear it in the first place, but also close out the other thing. Do all the screen messages. Alright. So the game is called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, where all these toys come to life at night and basically try to kill each other because of this curse on the building that's just driving them all insane. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is basically like MP. It's just her dodging. She's using up the curse power. If your sanity gets too low, you start to suffer the insanity effect. And if it ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose. So don't let that happen. However, you can run back to the light and you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power. So you gotta bounce between the two if you wanna really be able to do anything and also not die. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This is all the major arcana here. It's the Fool, the fan favorite, if you will. The giant squeaky toy. It's very important. Yeah, I can just hit it from the side there. Like a cool kid. Apparently she's just overhead swinging. I guess I said that as the default attack and you have to do a combo to get the others. That's good because that attack works better than the others anyway. It's the Magician. Lets you pick up small objects and throw them. Also, you can generate timed cubes too. You get that much later. You can stack them and get places. So if you want to start climbing, you can do that if you'd like. Get some sanity back. It also manipulates objects in the environment. Doors. Drawers, doors, windows, light switches, cupboards, stuff. And back some sanity here. This is the tutorial room for the Magician, but it's also a really good room for showing off the Magician. You know, for obvious reasons. Any of the weapons can basically break these if you want. Well, as long as you're at the right height for these ones. The Fool's kind of got an issue with height problems there. So the curse is on the building. You can walk out here, and as long as you stay on the building, you're fine. You can't leave the building. But there is a city out here. It's a steampunk game, so... Also got stabbed in the face. It's temperance. It's a bubble wand. And it has the best hat. I don't see any enemies. Usually they just spawn like crazy around there. It's random. So they might decide not to spawn and then you just get to wander around. Or there could be an issue with the new system I just implemented. Could go either way. Whatever. Huh. Well, there's supposed to be a key there, but it's the previous statement about the weird system there. So I might not actually be able to continue the test if that's the case until I figure out why. Everything was working before I did all these changes, but to be fair, whenever you make a major system change, it's usually going to be a little finicky for a bit. Yes, I don't really have the key to get in there unless it just auto gave it to me. Did it give it to me? Might have. I don't think so. No. Ah, well, I guess I shouldn't have closed the doors. Huh, because I can't get through the door now. Let me figure out what's up with that. It might not have loaded because it's in the wrong one. Where are you, key? I think that's what happened. It just didn't load it because it got stuffed in the wrong one. It's probably in the magician room. That's my guess. Yeah. Alright, let's fix that. I need to start from right there and that should fix the problem. Not even a coding problem. Just a I did something dumb problem. The best problems. Oh, it even loaded in well. Good. And since I'm just cheating anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't have to worry about progress. I don't know why those things decided to suddenly be finicky, but about 4 or 5 days ago they just started being weird. Yeah, so armed with the key, then you can go open doors. The magician. I guess the FPS is on average high. The FPS is much better when I'm not streaming and when the game is, you know, packaged, just not running Unreal Engine. It was getting 50 to 70 before I made those changes, and this might have increased the speed. I don't know. I haven't done a package test to see. Still, you know, applying the change. Oh, I got rid of that over there. Okay, fair enough. This the Empress is basically Bomberman for all intents and purposes. Red mushrooms deal damage to anyone nearby. And the blue ones heal anyone nearby. It's got a traversal mechanic, but it grows and shrinks plants. It's just there's no plants in here to grow and shrink, so. Oh wait, I want to go kill the other one too. Sure, we'll devil. The devil tarot. I gotta get better stances for him. He fires fireballs, one of its abilities. Not all of them are game ready yet. This one's not even game ready yet, but got cool horns. It also has the option to reverse how the curse works. This other ability, one of them. Every one of them is getting 3 abilities. Reversing how the curse works does exactly what it sounds like. Then in the light, you lose your sanity. And in the darkness, you gain it. And, you know, you gain curse in the light and not in the darkness. Also, Ducky Land is coming up. And I love Ducky Land. It's got duckies. They're just there to mess around with. And to get in the way. Justice is the most fun though with them. Justice makes these things fly for some bizarre reason. It just applies so much force. Justice is actually just a pistol that shoots things so far. I haven't given some of this, but it's got a cool hat. Let me tell you about how cool hats are. I didn't realize I needed 22 different hats, because one for every major arcana. You take the ducky with you if you want, you know, just in case you want to. I need a shooting gallery for the duckies or something. Even just as a pistol, Justice is really good, but it's also supposed to be gotten in the 3rd chapter, and this is like the 1st chapter, so a lot of the weapons I'm using aren't even fair.
The wall talks to me. Stew and Rum doesn't like paying tax. I just give in. The gears whisper my name. The dynamo stole my shadow. The wall talks to me. But I'll call it. You're going the right way.
Didn't load her hat. The new weapon switching system came about a week ago and can use some testing. I would be lying otherwise if I said it wasn't the case. The game's like 40% done would be about where I would guess. So there were a lot of people who were killed and their souls were stuffed into dolls, right? But one of them, her soul got stuffed in the paintings. She lets you travel the painting world, which connects all the paintings. And needs to be seriously worked on. But, you know, I'm getting to it. Now that I discovered data layers, I gotta mess with those. It's because they're very cool. I'll let the High Priestess there. Not that there's any effect except for in the 2nd chapter so far to use this, but the High Priestess reveals secrets in the world whenever you activate it. And she also wears the eyeball as a head helmet for a while. It's pretty funny. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. Got all the menus and everything like that. All that crap works. All the options except Gamma because I'm silly. Collectibles are all in here, though I don't have any information for them. One day I'll put information in for them. Map system, which shows where you've been and everything. It'll probably gain additional things about it. I'm probably going to put where the walls are and everything at some point. And you see the tarot menu. I made Tinka small. I'm going to give her a little like throne or something to sit on. I don't know, something to play with. Maybe a little workshop. Who knows? I want to have a little thing where you rescue toys and they build little buildings in here. I mean, I have the mechanics sort of, but it doesn't. It kind of took it out because it was a lot of work. But it's cool, so I kind of want it back. We'll see. Let's see how this room loads. This room's been finicky as all hell since the data layer issue. Super finicky. We shall moon them. Is there an issue with the enemies spawning now? Are we having problems with that, or are they just being weird? I've noticed they haven't really... Sounds like they're dying off. Did the data layers mess something up again? Maybe. Now these are still spawning, just not very often. Of course, it's just random, so... The moon makes clones of Poppet. And then you can detonate them to deal damage to things. Or just have a dance party. That's fine too. You just dance with your clones. You're like do 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 do. It also can remove moon doors, this other ability, but there ain't no moon doors right here. Pretty much, well, a lot of them are going to have a traversal ability. Not all of them.
They're watching me. Are you
I think.
me? We're all mad.
Yeah, I'm going to cheat there. I need to put like a grab there so you can make that jump. Why left that open? We're going to pretend like it's not open.
You're going the right way. Ether hums airships operates on fire airships
Apparently the moon is so overpowered. It's a straight up dodge. Actually, it's not a real dodge, and you still take hits during it, but it does incredible damage since they can destroy the clones by hitting them, so it's supposed to be a real late game toy. Gimme, gimme. It's getting really hot in this room. I might have to deal with that in a sec. I gotta admit, the FPS does seem like it's doing better. The data layers is a useful test to find that out. And so far, the data layers haven't really been noticeable. So, I mean, like right there, I could see it through the door there. It's something loaded in. That's true. But overall, I think if I just made the distance on how far they're willing to load and deload, it would probably be enough that you might not ever notice them. Except for in extreme circumstances. Let's see how it interacts with these puzzle buttons. These affect the water outside. I mean, it does force it to make the little load noise. You can't really see it doing that, which is, I guess, kind of bad. I don't know. About the same as the H-load problem. The H-load works the same way, where you're just like, well, this didn't vanish. Oh, I need to... That has to vanish as part of that, which means that I need to change that up. Water's lethal to Poppet, so you don't want to jump in the water. There is a terror that protects against it, though. I do have it enabled if I am bad and fall in. And trust me, I am pretty bad, and there's a good chance I'll fall in the water. I could be double jumping. I'm trying not to use it because it's cheating for this area, but I'll use some funny things just because, you know, I'm probably not going to put terribly much farther in. But admittedly, there's about 4 hours of content. And that's no annoying of it is. Yeah, the Hanged Man uses a rope around your neck to connect to things and get you places. It seems more like almost like a bungee cord, but that's okay. Sometimes you just gotta swing around. You're like, woohoo! Spider pop. It's actually pretty fun. It's obviously overpowered, so you wouldn't be able to get it till way later, and I don't even know what kind of gameplay mechanics could even be involved with it. But it was so funny, I had to keep it. Just for reasons. Weep. But, yeah. That's kind of an idea what it is. I gotta take a quick bio break. Well, everything I was drinking earlier is winning the fight. Yes. Otherwise, I would just keep playing. But, yep. Now I'll start with this guy. I'll be right back. Alright. Got a problem with all the stupid splines. But that's easily fixed the second I decide to turn it to static meshes. I just don't want to do it right now. Well, I could. I kind of did a bunch of optimizations on the second chapter recently, and it was arduous, I think is the term we're looking for. Arduous. Which is fine, but I also kind of run out of design concepts in my mind for the moment until, you know, I give myself a little more time to think it through. I just kept doing them over and over and over, and it's just like, there's only so much creativity I have at any given moment before I'm like, maybe, just maybe, I should switch up to coding, which doesn't usually require any creativity at all. Unless your coding is bad, in which case it probably requires a lot of creativity, but... So, wait a second, I guess I need a lot of creativity. My coding is pretty bad, that's true, damn. It's unfortunate. It is pretty bad. I really haven't been using the engine that long, to be fair, so... I guess the first time I tried it was a very long time ago, but then I didn't use it for like 2.5 years, so... But I did try Unreal 4 for like a month. For all the health problems. Month and a half? Oh, it's so easy to make everything in this engine, it's stupid. Easiest engine on the market. So easy. Let's remove all these things from there, and then I'm going to take these and I'm going to turn them into... honestly, they can just be a straight up level instance. Yeah. Oh, duct with great, I guess. Okay. And then we go edit it. And then we go and open it. Because editing won't do what I want. Not really. Let me take all these thingies. Put them at 0. Kinda. And then I go get a light so I can actually see the dumb thing. I could just grab a point light or something, but I just grab an ultra dynamic sky and drop it in the thing temporarily. We flying now, boys. We flying. Okay, I hate how dark these are. Why are you so dark? There's light everywhere. Wait, what? It seems a little darker than it should be. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It doesn't seem right. The kids ain't right. Slam this shut. Wish I had a little slam noise or something. That'd be sweet. It's not. Okay. Don't have neck problems. Trust me when I say they're not worth having. They might sound like they're worth having. You might want to be a cool kid and have them too. Don't. Go with me on this one. Back problems, same thing. I admit I always kind of crack up when I see someone who's like in their late teens, early 20s with neck problems already from looking at the phone too much, because I'm like, oh, I tell them, it's like, don't worry, it gets better as you get older. It does not. They get so excited and then they I inform them that I lied to them, then they are unhappy. But I mean, take care of your neck. Trust me. It ain't gonna get better with time. I think I'm just gonna put these in the building itself. I'm not gonna waste my time doing the other. Okay, I'm also gonna turn the lights on so I can see better. See, this is what I expect. I don't know why in the level thingy it was so dark from one side. It's just weird. All my homies hate whatever it was doing. You can live inside the building partition, not the city partition. I'm gonna copy paste this thing like a million times over, so I might as well get it right. And we're just gonna move it to the building thing. I'm not gonna. Now that I know that the data layer is a thing, I pretty much need to move all the doors to that and everything that goes in between an area. And then I think that tomorrow, after I've had time to make a backup of this whole setup here, I don't know if I'll stream doing this, but I might try to ram it all together into one giant map. It's a big old experiment. I don't normally stream on Sundays, but I might do it just because, you know? I do like to be feisty sometimes. I gotta load the new life room because it's got this in here. See? I believe this one is slightly smaller than the other ones. Yeah. I don't know why I made it slightly smaller. That was a bad decision. I never did that again, but unfortunately, I already made the wall. Wait, what? Okay. I guess, interesting. That's fair. I didn't realize I was like that. And it's already in the building, so I don't care. We're just duping down all the buildings there. Some escape? No. Okay. Like the data layers or prisons. Did it escape? Oh, the dogs will find it. Like the dog toys, I guess. I did see an adorable stuffed corgi doll. I would be tempted to put it in the game, but the price tag for it is fairly high, all things considered. This is not big enough. I do need a lot of enemies for this game, so I really don't want to invest too much in any one enemy unless it's a boss. Okay. Even then, investing heavily in the bosses is just a lot of bosses. And my budget is hope streams in a 12-pack, and the 12-pack is long gone. Why did I make all these walls so small? What the? I have so many questions. I did such a poor job, I think. Unless this got shrunk in size, no? That is weird. I don't know. Still opens, right? That's all that matters, I guess. I may redo that wall later. A lot of these, like, it seems like almost like the doors are just bigger for some reason. I mean, they don't have to be bigger. They could be like a size 6 or something, maybe. Wonder if that'd be a better idea. A lot of these doors are about that size, so it would actually fit far better. Then you gotta shrink them all. They do look a little better, I think, at that size, though. It's not wrong. But I have to shrink every one of them, and these ones are the right size, so if I shrunk them, it wouldn't... Yeah, see, I don't know about that. I think I'd rather rework a couple walls. There's too many of them that have been set to that size. I don't know why I would change it at this point, because doing so is going to just lead to a lot of problems. Yeah. Let's not do that. Let's add a grate up here, though. That's true. I'm gonna have to do this a lot. Just all the traversal areas need to be just always loaded in, so we don't have that problem where I was in that pipe and it just kept loading the same thing for me to destroy over and over. I mean, I got through it, but I had to stand like right next to it, so I moved even a tiny fraction too far away to respawn it. In fact, there was 2 of them at one point. That's not ideal, I think is the term we're looking for here. Not ideal indeed. Yeah. That'll be the other thing that's thinking about thinking of not ideal. I haven't even built the H load yet in a very long time. I haven't built the map in a long time. The reasoning for it's really simple. I keep adding and moving things, and it takes like half an hour to build the H load, so I really don't want to do that until I have to. So at some point I'll build the map and it'll be more optimized. We're seeing the incredibly unoptimized version of the map, and sometimes it hits 40 FPS, so that's pretty good. That means when not doing it, it's probably gonna hit like 70 to 80 FPS. Like when it's all built and I'm not streaming and it's not in the engine, it's just packaged. Yeah, you probably get 70, 80. Be my guess. Oh, while I'm at it, let me load up the magician one real quick here. Are you in the carnival room? Maybe. Here we go. I knew you were somewhere. Honestly, this should probably pushed in a little better that way. Then these true down here, honestly. This isn't a spline, right? I'm gonna double check that it's not a spline. It is not. Guess my luck, additional splines over. The only splines that are okay are the ones on the little block traversables. Those don't really error because it's not it's not like a spline mesh. Spline meshes are what error. Also, the low block traversal would not work if I didn't have the splines on there. I didn't program that. That would be Epic's fault. I love the movement system, I do, but there's some real questionable design choices in the movement system. Oh my god. But to be fair, half of it's experimental anyway, so I can't really fault them for having, you know, questionable design choices in their experimental stuff, you know? I guess to be fair, the things usually never get taken out of experimental. Or maybe they get to beta. So it might actually just be its final form. It works pretty well for its final form, even if there are some questionable decisions in it. I've definitely used worse things they've created. Yes. Yes, I have. Let me tell you, I have most certainly used worse things they've created. Are you part of the washroom? No. Either way, it doesn't matter. I don't know why I kept remaking this thing over and over. It's dumb. Typically when I'm making things though, it's they'll get it done and then it's to make it better later if I have time. Right? Because if you get it done, then you can always ship it as done. Even if it ain't great. But if you don't, you know, if you sit there and try to make it perfect, then nothing else gets done besides that thing. So it's kind of a happy medium, if you will, but yeah. That is not ideal. Guess there's all these doors here. I think every door is currently in the building, thankfully. Because, you know, the door's not loading would be bad. Looks like all of them. Are you in the building grid? No. Well, I'm of the opinion that all the doors should be in the building grid. They should also just be straight up in the building. And they're already living in the building, sure. Realistically speaking, this should just be true for everything in here. Some might just not actually have a grid at all. That could be what is really the problem. Should be some massive optimizations here. This pipe. Tell me you're part of the safari room, because I can't have them getting out of there because, you know, there's nothing out there. So eventually, hear me out. There might be. This... I don't know why you're here. There's no reason for you to be on this map. You're not even the better wall. I have a better one now. So, yeah. You double check. There's certain things there. Sudden water in the face. There is an argument for moving that down a bit. Actually, no, click this first, then clicky this. Or not. Just move this down first. Actually, to be fair, there's a whole lot of stuff involved with this. I can't just move this. Why didn't I make like a level instance of these things? Or merge them? I guess to be fair, there were a lot of them. Oh, it's a pipe holder. It should be merged, right? No? A lot of draw calls that don't need to be. I mean, to be completely honest, I could actually just merge the whole pipe. And that would not be like a bad decision. Because that's a lot of draw calls and things that need to load. There's kind of no reason for that. I mean, I want to make it a little better than this if I do that, but I won't merge the end caps. Different material, but might have actually looked better if I'd have put these into the top. That true? After you made all these ones? Might look better. I mean, it might. If I did that kind of thing. Well, if you did that, though, they would be kind of sticking through the thing. Maybe. No, I don't want to do that, because then Poppet has to run around them. She's already got to deal with the fact they're in the way, so... I'll think about that. Either way, I gotta move this down some. Just so it's not stuck, so there's no hole through the wall for them to see everything. Do not look behind the curtain. I don't know why you don't want to let me select that. That's weird. Oh, it's over here. Oh, I see. Actually... Is that why I put it like that? Well, I don't want them to see the hole, so... It might just have to be that way. I mean, it's dark too, so it's not like you're gonna really see anything. Some of these ceilings are really low. I guess the assumption is that everyone back then was a little bit shorter? Question mark? On average? Sure. Don't know if that's a true statement, but... Half the stuff in here is made for children anyway. Obviously not the machinery room, but... It's kind of like 2 stories tall. I mean, it's as tall as it's still taller than a door. Yeah, no, that should be a decent enough height. That makes sense. It's this window that's weirdly high up. Some of the floors are at weird areas. It's often served more for level design than actual reality. But to be fair, it is a bunch of dolls fighting to the death, so you know, it's not like it's just toys in general. It's not like it's reality based, so I think we can all forgive some weirdness. They kind of do a lousy job on you though, getting this up to where it should be. Hear me out, I did a lousy job. I did a really lousy job. Probably did it in the dark. Happens. All I'd say is she was beautiful in the dark. Unfortunately, the cold light of day has arrived. She ain't so beautiful now. No. Okay, if I'm gonna do that, it's not gonna be at that speed, okay? Well, these doors seem like they're not wide enough. Like, I need to go through and fix all of them so they're a little wider. Oh, I guess it includes water, huh? I couldn't really see it very well in the dark was a problem. I guess they can get out of the machinery room. I mean... They're not really puzzle related, so I don't really care if they're particularly ever loaded. Wait. Go and do history? Where'd the waters go? Why are they not visible? At all? Should be white. They are not visible at all. Okay, that about sums it up. The music has decided exactly what I'm listening to here is some of these tracks. Probably should sort through that crap. Unloaded by data layer, but which data layer are we in, buddy? Maybe the Safari room? It surprised me. Yeah. Should definitely find some better music to listen to. Of course, can't really listen on YouTube and that. Or just not have music. That's also an option, I guess. This and the pipe should probably be loaded all the time. Well, H loaded, I should say. To be honest, the water here probably should be too. All three of them are... a little bit questionable to have not loaded all the time. Well, I mean H loaded, so... obviously they're not going to load them all the time, that'd be weird. Maybe they can just live in the building. It's fine. Since it would have technically been lethal to do the other, it's just floating there with the water. Don't you question it? I mean, technically I could save myself a draw call. Actually, I could save myself 4 draw calls in this by merging this thing down. It's true. I don't see any reason why it needs all those. I don't really care what's on the other side even at all. I mean, this grass thing there, this makes sense. It's fine. Whatever, I just want to do one material. Those slight optimizations, right? Well, this won't be a slight optimization at all. I'm pretty stoked for it, to be honest. Not stoked about this right here. This is a problem. I may have to cheat and shrink this to a small amount just so no one notices. You saw nothing, okay? Literally nothing. I could also just remake this one little dumb wall too. It's not like the biggest wall in the world either. I probably should just do that. Yeah, I should probably do that. Yeah. Don't want to. But I did make that mistake. Well, wait. How? The problem really is you can't move this pipe without remaking this huge pipe. And... or I'd have to remake this one here to have a different hole location. A little bit farther over the side. So I'd have to remake 2 walls. How did I not notice this? I swear these doors got bigger by the, due to the frame. That's probably what it is. It's actually just the doors got bigger because of the frame. I like the frame better. But unfortunately that causes an issue that I don't have a good answer to. I'll think about it. I don't really want to do it right now. That's because I'm not sure what I want to do. Anything that would allow the player to bypass it should not be available for that. So this window here. Campsite has a really high level loading amount. At the end, I'll just put all the ones in the building as we'll change the grid for all of them rather than just individually change it, since they all have the same grid, or will have the same grid. So those have to be loaded basically always. It doesn't matter on these here. I mean, I could block. I should probably always have load this, to be fair. Way too easy to just escape out. If there's like a, if there's some sort of issue with the regular loading thing, which there could easily be. That's why I couldn't select it. I was like, but why? Just like this pipe. No escaping. Now I really want to see if it's possible to make them all on the same map. I mean, if truly this could... Well, I mean, it's always going to cause some problems with the ones loading underneath, because those rooms aren't really necessary. But is it, though? Like, if it doesn't go through the floor... I mean, the H-load will still load some of the stuff. If anything's H-load on there, which there will be. But most of the rooms wouldn't actually load, because those don't get loaded by the data layers. So in theory... that would reduce it quite a bit. There's only 782 actors loaded. That's very few. And if I remove that, the total actors goes down by a bunch, right? That does work. Well, not really a bunch. Goes down by 21, which is weird because there's actually like 400 actors, and I don't know how that works. But of course, when you load it up, though, I don't think that's the number that you get. Pretty certain it's not. I'm learning. No, there's only 1,107 actors loaded. $1,107. Everyone remember this. I'm gonna write it down so I don't forget, because I'll forget otherwise. 1,107. Let me load one of the old ones there. I'm curious to see what the old version said of loading. I don't know if it really does what I think it does, and if it does, it's pretty good. Sure, we'll load this one. It doesn't really matter which one I load. It's a bunch of old copies. And then I can work on having a data layers that are special, that have only certain, you know, things load in, or extra secret things, or changes as the story progresses. Kind of feels like a big piece. I just didn't realize it could exist. Hmm? Spin. Get him a list. Man, waiting for this to load anyway. This should be relatively close. People send me weird pictures. Some girl just sent me a picture of all of her nails that have been done. Why? I swear, the worst, like the least valuable makeup a woman could ever apply, as far as I'm concerned, is on her fingernails, because I never notice fingernails, ever. I have no idea if she's painted, unless her fingernails were like these giant jagged things that look like Wolverine, you know, would envy them. I won't even notice. It's just not something I look at, ever. Now, a woman's hands aren't exactly the most exciting thing about them. Even in designing Poppet, she doesn't have fingernail polish on. To be fair, though, she's also a doll, but I just don't think about it. It's just not something I look at. Ah, yes. This will get the job done. I don't know what the FPS will be like since I'm running the other two, and I'm not going to close the other out just to test that, but I am curious to see how many actors load. Yeah, first load's always terrible. I get it. Sure, whatever. 4,000. I mean, that's pretty good. If it's loading 4K on that one, and then you know, make certain everything kind of spawns in here, but. I don't really care what's happening on the screen. I'm just watching the actors over there. But yeah, everything's just loaded, so. That messes me optically, but. Huh. Huh. Yeah, versus, you know, 1100. Man, data layers are the real deal. Huh, well now everybody knows data layers are the real deal. A lot of things in Unreal Engine are not the real deal. Like Nanite is not the real deal, but hear me out. Data layers appear to in fact be the real deal. This excites me greatly. I was wondering how I was going to pull this off in an easy way. I knew ways I could do it, but I was looking for an easy way to do it because I didn't want to make some convoluted system, but it's pretty easy. I mean, there's convoluted, and I have to add it into my current stuff, which, you know, obviously that was going to take some work. The game's too mature for it to have been easy. Also, I'm going to turn the fan on. It's so hot in this room. was cold yesterday. It was also cold this morning, but now it's heated up to, well, not cold. Makes you wonder if it's like super nice outside or something. Might be. Oh, it's 77 outside. Oh, okay. Oh, 80 outside. That's actually pretty nice. God, it's gonna get up to 87 on Tuesday? What, it's like October. Stop being so warm. Actually, fair. I like anything between, like, you know, 60 and 90 is pretty good in my book. I'm not that picky. You got 30 degrees to spread. You hear that, world? 30 degrees. Just anywhere in there is fine. Oh. I don't know how I feel about these things, but for now, they're just going to go to... the second layer here, and I'm just going to lock them in here, because I don't care that much about them. But now I really want to see what the FPS is like if I load everything in. But I don't want to jack up with the copy that I have that's already set up, and I don't want to spend 15 to 20 minutes copying it over, because it's quite large as a project. Quite large indeed. I gotta admit, I like where this is going. Is there anything else that needs to be loaded in all the time? Well, H loaded, not necessarily loaded. I mean, I guess the grate here need to be loaded in. I just put all these pipe holders on this. I don't really want to move that over that tiny fraction if I can avoid it. But technically it looks like I should have. Now, they'll notice. Well, you can't move it over all the way. Never mind, it causes additional problems. Whatever. It's close enough. I mean, I probably should have made a pipe cover too. Set up. We'll just avert disaster a bit by just putting it right here, so it looks like it was more intended. But there's still that door issue. Whatever, it can stay for the moment. Anything happened here? Maybe I shouldn't have switched to this door shape, this door frame. It does look kind of better. Does it? Maybe I made a mistake. I think frame 4 was the original one. Looks like it was. This is suffer the same problem. Guess I'll switch it back. .05 is huge. This works out better because then I can just, I don't have to worry about positioning the wood. And it solves a big problem I had. Which really does consist of this jams through the wall and looks horrible. I do need to fix the construction portion of it though. Oh, actually. What the hell happened with you? Just a problem with the normal one? Sure. Disaster averted. Don't gotta remake a nothing. Much better plan. Not even sure why there is a door frame. And most of these doors seem like they're too large for this tiny little thing. Actually, the bottom looks terrible. Well... Either way, let's... Come on. Torrent House has wood options. Let's just grab a wood option. You'll do. There we go. Disaster once again averted. Issues have been solved. This pipe goes through and therefore should just always be loaded. It's just the in-betweens. I don't care about anything else. I think that's every single one of them. I can't think of any others that would exist. Oh, one sec, doorbell. Had to ship packages. Yeah, streaming doesn't really pay money per se, so gotta work that day job. One day when I release this game, hopefully it pays something. I would assume. And if it doesn't, I mean, I wouldn't even know what to say if literally people just thought the game was terrible without ever even. Well, yeah, at this point, I'd be surprised. That plays out of my ears in order to talk to the mail guy. The music in my ears is makes it hard to hear people. I think that's everything I want to have loaded like that. Man, I really want to test that out, but instead I'll work on something else because I really don't want to mess up the only copy I have that works, and I really don't want to have to undo it. I'd have to make a whole, well, I can't make a whole other map because the landscape in chapter 2 has to be on that map. So it would have to be literally that there. But one map would mean that I could really have a lot of fun going between the areas, and I wouldn't have to worry about locking things away as much. I still would have to lock them away some because there's still progression to worry about. Also, the game looks so much worse with nothing loaded in. It's kind of weird. I still gotta set some sort of a puzzle with these things too. Huh. I gotta change the room info so it just keeps saying the room that's discovered because I don't want that. It's annoying. That's room info. Why should I do this? That's all I gotta do. No fanfare. That's another thing they never really tell you about. You need to add in fanfare. Just because you gave them something doesn't mean that, you can't make it cool in how you gave it to them. The all-purpose testing room. I don't know why I use this room as my main testing room. Any room would work just fine. It's still kind of jumping though. What's that? Like the map's having problems. Because I made a change to try to go for the capsules, but it's pointless. Oh, gameplay tags. Don't need this anymore. Sometimes I wonder if Kick is just a giant pyramid scheme. It's just bots and pure bots. so that they convince you to pay for more bots. Oh. Just gotta undo the damage I did trying to get this to work in the first place. Yeah, like that. Not much else seemed to work poorly. I mean, like, I made some changes to things that seemed unnecessary, but the key collected just fine. But these were having a real problem. Remember seeing if she's jerking around or not. Nah, she's really not. Should be fine. And that opens up such a new gameplay concept. If the doors, you know, if when you open a door, there's potentially something else in the room that's not normally there. I guess for that to work, which do I even need to involve the doors, I guess? I mean, it could just be every time you enter the room, there could be something different. Potentially. A % chance, or even just if a certain story thing is fulfilled. I'll have to think about it. I hadn't planned for this in the first place, so. But potentially. That might add something interesting. Because I could have, like, Charlotte, you know, haunt rooms that she's in, you know, just randomly appear. But again, that's hard to do because she's so big that it makes it just difficult for you to really play around with it. Like, I mean, how do you even dodge her half the time? You just float after you. It's, like, not particularly interesting. Plus, it kind of cheapens the effect, so it's kind of not great. And of course you can do event-based things where if you've accomplished something, then you go in there, something appears that wasn't there before. But again, I really didn't have anything like that until maybe near the very end. I guess it solves the mystery for, like, near the end of the story. No reason to come back to areas necessarily, unless I want to put special items in. I guess that does help for one thing. I really like the idea of having additional things that load in that wouldn't normally be there. I'm just trying to really think about what it could be. A secret room that if you manage to, you know, activate all the triggers for it, will just say buttons. So you press every button for it, that this room appears instead of that room. Well, that could be one interesting way to beat an area. So I could make a puzzle where, you know, we'll say buttons for reasons. It's convenient. And it changes which room loads when you're in a particular area, depending upon which button you do. Or even could have a wall that's not there. The wall could literally just be, or a wall that's, like, you know, it has no door, and then it could swap with one that does have a door. Battle layer ideas. You know what? This can just have its own section because there's some ideas that could be good in here. Close enough. So um buttons, the default buttons. Problem is that this area is not designed for that, and I don't really think I can redesign it anymore to fit it in here, that concept, even though it's an interesting concept, unless I want. The one room to change thing is an interesting idea. Like, if I, like if you could activate every trigger, one of these rooms is now different completely. Should be pretty neat. I don't know which room it would be. And I don't know what it would be different as. Possibilities for it. I guess we could actually stare at the rooms. I mean, it'd be funny if the magician room changed. You activate the magic and it changes. To be fair, this room still doesn't look very good. I still don't like it. Even though I use it as the demo all the time to show things off, it's like not the best looking design. I need more magical looking things. Almost, well, I don't know. I'd almost want to go with some sort of witch type things like that to have more of a creepy vibe in this area. Instead of having a whatever this is. It's more like laboratory. Honestly, this seems more like a laboratory thingy. You know, with a chapel here, I could also change you out too for something different too if I wanted. You know, I have to think about it. I would really like the idea of having a room that's completely different if I do that. And it'd probably be like if like a special is active or something. What would I do for that? God, this other monitor is so dark by comparison to this monitor that I can't even look at it anymore without feeling like it's impossible to see things. I can look at it, but it's definitely a little darker than I want it to be. I'm not buying a new monitor right now, that's for certain. Some year, maybe. So it'd probably be like here. I probably need to make a struct instead. And then the struct can have multiple things, I guess. Because I could check for a specific story thing. That's probably what I would do. That's usually how I do things, is either a puzzle or story thing. I think puzzles actually go straight to story, right? I don't know. There is a puzzle. But the reason my puzzle was separate is I didn't want it to basically listing the achievements thing, or like in the collectibles information. Just like the map keeps in that. I wanted them separate. Not really achievements per se. Even then, some of these other ones I don't even know necessarily just have additional information. Like, what am I going to write about each and every one of the collectibles? Like, you know, health upgrades. Nothing. I'll think about that. That's not really that important to me right now. How will I do this like that? I mean, it would probably just be a check for... Oh, it's kind of part of the puzzle setup, though. I should probably use the puzzle thingy. But I want to tell them. Do I want to tell them? Indeed. So I mean, I could have a struct for each room, and then the struct can have in, I guess, a story thing, and then a story type thing, or like something that look like that. And then it would have to have essentially two different things. You know, let's just start. Let's just make it and see what happens. What's the worst that happens? I don't like it. Sure. When in doubt, if I don't like it. Oh, room data, I guess. So I'm going to use the actual map variable as a way to differentiate it. So I don't need that. I need two strings. It'll just be item name and item type. This would of course mean I could only have two, but that's fine, right? I don't really need 3 or 4 or anything crazy like that. 2 is acceptable. Yeah. Data layer. Call this the secret data layer because it sounds cooler. So let's make a separate one here because I don't, you know, call it stream data. Potentially everything should probably just be tossed in here, I guess, for every little thing of all of those. I don't know, sure. This map variable. And struct room. Can I copy all the names to save myself time? Does that work? Oh. Oops. Nope. Yeah, good thing I did it now, not later, because I don't have to type in all those names again. At this point, I can just use the room data every time. I wonder what other room stuff I even have in here. Can I just merge everything into this crap? I can do the music too, for that matter. I can also do chapters as well, if I wish to sort via that. I probably will. Hey Johnny B, how's it going? I found out about data layers And because of those, it now loads a quarter of the amount of stuff. Check these things out. Like, first you see a room, and then, boop, you don't see the room. Yay! The room is gone. Yay! And you're like, boop. You want to add it back? You're like, I'll get a sec to load everything. Like, boop, right back. Yeah. So now I just run around and it loads the stuff as I go without me having to have it always loaded. And I've been tweaking with it to be, it's a little finicky in some instances, but I've only been at it since, I think, well, I tried it with one this morning, but for the last like 5 or 6 hours, and now it's just, it's pretty gold, all things considered. I'll run around a bunch and show you, but it's, okay, that camera is an abomination. Including the finicky room out here. Some things I've set to not load because if they load too slow, I don't want the player to be able to get by them. So anything that just I need to load is in the H load, which is like a proximity based loading system. Close out all this extra crap here and now the FPS is, you know, in the 30s, which is not bad because, well, my computer is a potato, so it drops a little bit when it first loads these in. But before I did this, when the game, I was only getting, you know, maybe upper 20s, low 30s as well. And when I packaged the game and wasn't streaming, I'd get, you know, 50 to 70 FPS. So obviously, you know, if it sits higher, then it's super worth it. Like right here, it's actually, well, for a brief second there, it was near 40, but so I probably gained 5 or 6 FPS. But there's like a bunch of optimization things I need to do. But yeah, the package game gets 50 to 70. So it'll be interesting to see what the package game will be like this time. It takes a bunch of time to package things, so I'm going to do it off stream. And, you know, I might test the package on stream, but also being in the dark would probably improve FPS quite a bit too. In fact, I'm going to test that. Yep, I learned about those because someone mentioned them. A Ghost mentioned them on stream yesterday. I was like, what this? Oh, I see. This seems very handy. And the thing is I'm going to build a system so that sometimes you go in the room is different. Things have changed. Because I don't have to load this data layer, I can load a different one. And the stuff doesn't interact with the other ones unless you try to load both at the same time. If you do that, obviously you're going to have problems. But so I was going to have a room probably on this map where you hit, we'll say, a bunch of buttons. And then when you go back to the room is different. Like maybe just completely different. Like some sort of secret room that's only revealed that way. But it can occupy the same space, like it's some multi-dimensional stuff. That's pretty good. Maybe I'll have a tarot card that does it. That reveals secrets. That could be like a High Priestess thing where it reveals hidden worlds or something. That's so much cooler than what I had planned for it. So. Yeah? Nice, nice. I mean, it's a lot of fun. Crazy worlds. Unfortunately, not everything quite loads that well, though. Like, there's some things that are a little finicky, is what I'm seeing with this. Like, it's a little finicky. Yeah, I know you don't like splines, whatever. I'll turn the splines into normal things eventually. That's been kind of the thought that I want to think about it. Unfortunately, I've already designed this floor, so it's hard to go back and do much changes to it. And that's kind of where I'm at right now, since I just got this set up so that it basically works. What am I going to do with it? Like, it wasn't set up for it, and I don't necessarily have to do it here. But maybe. And that's why I was making a struct here to test out. I was like, well, I'll just make a struct and see where it goes from there. That's pretty much the most exciting thing I have going on at the moment. I got the full second chapter pretty well laid out with only a couple rooms with no real purpose. That's not bad, but I haven't really added anything to it so much as I just kind of restructured a bunch. How's your game doing? I need to swing by at some point. I've been so busy lately. Ever since I switched to mornings, it's kind of interesting. Yes, interesting. I'm going to be a little more of a morning person. A little. I need less caffeine to pretend. That's all that matters. I might include music in here. Did Blind start working on main character by metahuman after sticking with the mannequin for 4 years? I mean, you know, that's like one of the most exciting moments. You know, it really makes the game start to feel more like your own and not just some prototype when you actually put a real character in. It's one of the first things I do. I hate the mannequins. Terrible. Not a fan. Gotta have, you know. Who am I kidding? I'm just gonna put a waifu in there. It doesn't really matter. It's just gonna put a waifu in there every time. Got import export pipeline by Blender for custom body head geometry. I figured out. Nice, nice. Yeah, I don't quite the whole groom system and the whole like the clothing thing for them, I don't quite know very well. I briefly looked at it. I looked at the thing where I was able to sculpt the metahuman to kind of look like a character that already existed. The end result was not good. It was very, very, very did not look good in my game. Yeah. So I mean, hopefully it works out better for you. I think they're really cool if you're looking for something that looks realistic. Yeah, unrealistic stuff just doesn't do it. It lacks all charm. That was the problem when I tried to make a version of Pop there. It had no charm, none at all. Like it didn't have the adorable cartoonish feel or anything like that. It doesn't fit my game, which is sad because you know metahumans are free and you know I like free. Hear me out. I like free. I know it's crazy to think, but I like free. And then not free. Most of the dad stuff I work with is not free at all. It's actually expensive if you're not careful. Oh. Yes. Yes, indeed. A sound base. I'm gonna say the default music, and then I'm gonna have one for non-default music. Secret music. Don't know if I'm using it? Secret music anyway. I'll have to re-enter all this crap. I hate it. But I'm tired of having a bunch of dumb crap that didn't need to be done. But yeah, I don't know what I'd do. I may mess with metahumans later for another project. I mean, who am I kidding? This project's not going to be done for, you know, over a year at least. So looking more like maybe 2 with how things are going. It's going to be a minute. Actually, we'll say... Let's call this one room data. But yeah, if you're just going to do for realism, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. I'm just going to have a separate little thing here. It's right. So what kind of character are you making? What's your main character going to be like? Going for something like an Asian ball joint doll head. I got maybe 2, 3. Okay, okay. 2/3 there. I don't know why I said 2, 3. 2/3. Huh. What's that look like? Okay. I mean, I can always get behind any kind of random, you know, dolls, toys, or anything else as a character in a game. For obvious reasons. That's cool. You got pictures? Or are you waiting to show it? Find it, do that. Just split it. Well, that's right. We're just on Poppet. She can just target herself with this. Do, do, do. Oh, she reminds me of play it? Oh, I went to the start of the stream. I'm dumb. Oh, it's like I'm dumb. Yeah, actually it's really good. Mavis Dracula from Hotel Transylvania. That's who she reminds me of. I mean, have you looked up Mavis Dracula? So I get you a good picture of old Mavis. I mean, that's not a very good picture, but you can't really see her face. Huh. Well, I think you might see why people might say they look somewhat similar, maybe. Just maybe. I mean, she doesn't look identical or anything, but yeah, I was gonna say there's some similarity for certain. It's not like a bad thing. Hers is much more realistic. So if you took maybe Dracula and made her realistic, and give her a somewhat different hairstyle, it's not identical. Plus, I think Mavis has blue eyes, not green. Because I just looked at the picture, but the pictures could be lies. To be fair, you never know. Well, that says a lot about the making him look good. That was pretty good. Now I'm much more excited by the metas than I was. Yeah, she looking good. Yeah, man. Default music, if that. Yeah, I like the creative direction of your game. I mean, I obviously like the little cat monster quite a bit too, but so far I like your character and the cat monster. I don't think you've made anything else for it yet, have you? Like any other unique characters? I remember seeing those two. Well, now I've seen those two. I'm definitely envious of the cat monster. It looks good. Yes. Oh, that's fair. Still looks good. I mean, yeah, still looks good. Oh, I guess I better get the current level. That's probably necessary, right? You get the current level, otherwise it doesn't work. I'm smart. So what's your game about? Like, I don't think I've ever been asked. I remember you had a interesting setup, and that's about it. Maybe my prototype, the character who can equip your cosmetics. It's fair. Always make an attractive female character is the prototype for putting in cosmetic stuff. Always works out better. Always. Always works better. Every time. Well, mostly, I guess the story of anything. I mean, I've seen the gameplay. Unless you've drastically changed it since I was last year's stream, but I haven't heard much about the story. Apparently, Mavis Dracula is battling cat monsters. This is what I've decided. Maybe. Sure. Yeah. I would play that. Why not? Cats are terrifying. I mean, you know, those beady little eyes. The way they dominate the internet. Jeez. How are you even gonna stop it? It's like a god. Oh, for the Egyptians, I guess it was. Alright. You're just going along and you're just like, whoop, slipped right into the back rooms, but it's a Gothic Victorian Dream Labyrinth back room instead. You're like, oh no. That sounds like a better back room than, at least it looks cool. The back room's usually really boring, so they really realize clearly and instead inhabit their alter egos. Alright. Maybe like a persona thing almost. Sort of. Some to try to escape, others get very attached to the dream. I mean, you know. I guess it depends on who your alter ego is, right? Your alter ego is some kind of badass. You know, I'm just saying, I would probably rather stay in there. I'm cool and all, but I wouldn't call myself a badass, that's for certain. Let's be real here. I would never call myself anything of the sort. No. 0 out of 10 would not do. I can put the data layers in too. So it's about how different people or factions react to the dream. I see. For some reason, everyone who goes to the pleasure section never leaves. It's so weird. But the one all about people's nightmares, nobody ever stays. I just don't understand why. So weird. I think it's fair. I don't think I would stay either at that point. If you want to get technical, I don't think I'd stay. Filling in all the blanks for this is going to take forever. I can already see it. Has to be, has to be. Let me just type it. I swear exactly about that. Badass alter ego subsumes the dreamer, becomes something of a recurring villain. Yeah. How did you find out about my life story? Nothing. How's it going? How do you know you're not in the dream now? No one said the dream had to be a good one. Oh no. The worst. I'm just gonna type in every name and get it over with. I never want to type these names again. I'm gonna do it every time though. I'm probably solving by heart though. Kind of percent like, yeah. When there are rules imposing as the real world is rarely shown. Alright. It does kind of suck people out of it to, you know, see the real world. Unless you're, you know, trying to reveal to them that they're in the dream, I guess. The opportunity for backstory theater. You want to give people backstory, but why? You don't want the extra work? That's no fun. Surely you want to do a whole bunch of extra work for no apparent reason. Yeah, that's it. Extra work. Yeah, see, yeah. I decided to start my game with Poppet waking up in the chest just so I wouldn't have to have a whole intro movie about how she got there. Like, how much work is that? We staying in the building, boys. I don't need an extra model for her or nothing. Because, you know, extra work just because. I don't know about that. Maybe I'll AI generate what happened before and put it on my YouTube. By the time this game is done, the AI generation for videos should be pretty friggin' fantastic. I'm not sure if that means that it's going to get the generation is going to get really good really fast, or it's just going to take a long time to finish the game. You know, take your pick. Is the glass half full or half empty? Let me know how it goes with that one. It could be either way. You know. Good. That's still something I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do, is a lot of story things. You know? Like, I don't think everyone's just going to stand around talking all the time, right? So, how am I going to go about doing each thing? Kind of holding off on that one. I don't have much skill with that. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I really just don't. And to be fair, that skill is probably more valuable than game dev, so because I could have just been making YouTube videos the whole time if I was actually good at making videos of things. Wait, other machine here, not the music group. Right. Library first. I should have done the storage room next, I guess, technically the order that could be done in. It is so warm in here today. It was like freezing yesterday. Well, not really freezing, but it was cold. And now it's just hot. Gross. I'm just going to go ahead and compile and save so I don't do that all again. But yeah, I've wondered, am I doing cutscenes? Am I doing like visual novel style? I mean, it might be visual novel style to be 100% fair. I do want to finish this game eventually. And it's not like cutscenes really sell games particularly well. Now, every time someone shows a trailer with a bunch of cutscenes, I usually skip by that to the actual gameplay. So true. So true. Oh, I didn't actually separate the names out on that one. Like to get a writer involved myself. Just when you draft story scripts for building purposes, it's useful exercise sometimes to generate and trying to get it. Generating and tying together various gameplay lore ideas. I don't know why I can't read it, Dave. For cutscenes, I'm going to try to make the most budget mocap performance capture rig I can. That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I get a writer involved. Maybe I don't. Let's just say I'm going to rely real heavily on gameplay to sell the game. Yes. I'm hoping the story is good, but definitely going to rely real heavily on gameplay. Yes. There was one thing I've seen, there's creepypasta people will do this. They'll be telling a story, right? And they'll tie together the story by having essentially either still images or short AI generated clips of each, important thing that they're saying in the story. So I could do something along those lines too, where I take like a scene that is, like I take like a still version of the scene and then have like an AI thing animate the still version a little bit so that it's a little bit more animated or something. Well, it's still my world and I still made a little scene, but instead of trying to make some really complicated thing, I just do that. And I just, for every one of the scenes, I just simply do that and just tell like a story, almost like storybook or something, comics, I don't know, some style. They don't usually do it comic style. It's usually just a regular show, but it might be the way to get it to look passably good without a huge amount of extra work. Because I can easily set up stills of all the scenes, but animating some complicated thing it's going to look nice. It's probably not really great. Have you thought about AI working your game though? Yeah, well, I mean, if I did it like that, it'd work. If I did it any other way, I mean, it's not like it's not like you can do a long video that's irrelevant. Like you can do like short little clips that it's like Charlotte moving towards Poppet. Like it could make Charlotte crawl towards Poppet and it would be good enough. And Jealousy Trip Aesthetic, a lot of the stuff's getting really, really good. Some of the things I've seen recently are so realistic that if someone didn't tell me, I wouldn't know. Which is scary because they were using it to do CCTV footage of people shoplifting. Looked real. I was like, great, you're literally making fake footage of people committing crimes. This is going to end well. Yeah, character on the edge of sanity. Yeah, I can definitely get away with the insane effect too. So it'll be interesting to see. I definitely want to keep with the Madness Returns type of style to the game. So I'll have to see. I mean, I'm not doing it right now. I'm working on the gameplay itself. So it'll be much, much later in. Though potentially as ways to try to, sell the game to people, like, get them interested. I could post it on, like make YouTube videos of like the story little bits like that, doing that. Test the AI stuff out. And put little story blurbs on there. Maybe even a shorts. Maybe. I do need to get more wish lists. I'm at 81, which is not a lot yet. Start. It ain't enough. So. We shall see. Yes. Yes, we shall. But it's not a bad idea. I mean, that and voice acting for it are probably the two things I'm going to use AI for, because I can't afford a voice actor. Holy crap, they're expensive. Jesus. My goal is to limp this across the finish line. That's the plan. I mean, I'm going to try to make it good and everything, but, I'm going to try to make it great, but... I'm not going to count all my chickens before they're hatched. For certain. My washroom's one word. What am I doing? I've added a bunch of rooms. This literally can be a whole gameplay mechanic. It's so exciting. But yeah, I'm as far as the story goes, I'm just trying to think of a way I can get it to look good for, like at least look passably good. Because if I try to get like full on, cut scenes that are like, just straight up animating those things like that, it's never going to be up to the quality of the rest of the game. It'll take too long. I'm one person. There's no world that'll happen. So I need a way to some kind of style for delivering story that doesn't involve spending literal years doing animation. Because if I was going to do that, Why was I making a game? Why didn't I just tell stories on YouTube with animation and just save time? Even then, like, a lot of the cutscenes in Alice Managers aren't even like, they're like all storybook things. They're not even her moving around. There are some like that, but that game was also made by 111 people, cost multiple millions of dollars, and was done over, I think, 3 or 4 years. So I am not 111 people. I do not have millions of dollars, and I'm apparently trying to finish this game in under 3 years. So I have none of the things they had. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. Best plan ever. Wait, I need the music. Basically what I'm saying is I'm doing good. Yeah. Just gonna go ahead and do a screenshot of all these so I don't have to keep going back and forth because it's annoying. I didn't do the control room. Oh, I forgot one. Damn. Story I tell to myself is I'll get an epic mega grant and rope some people in. You get a vertical slice can get published funding. Oh, probably fair. Oh yeah. I decided that this time around what I had wasn't good enough for a mega grant. I just looked at it, I saw what would get a mega grant, and I was like, man, you ain't there yet. It's got to be amazing. Also, you need to have you gotta have enough of a following or proof that people will buy it too. Like if I have a huge amount of wish lists, then they're going to be so much more likely to give me that mega grant. Because otherwise the game is impossible. So yeah, and that's a realization basically all of us solo devs often have to face, is the whole, my dream is this, but my capabilities are these. You know, like reality is a harsh medicine sometimes. I partake of it all too often. Far more often than I was hoping for certain. It's actually why I've toned down so much of my ideas for the game. The earlier versions were just, they were never going to happen. It couldn't have been done. Not in a time frame that was meaningful. And I, you know, don't want this to be the only game I work on in my life. It's kind of where it was going, but, you know, just saying, what if? And I'm just saying, I work on other games too. Oh, I already have a controller, huh? No. Oh. Okay, well, I'm just blind. I mean, that's fair. You know, we said I'd go blind if I did that so often. I missed, control room. Is at the bottom here. Two. Guess I can just go down the list here. It's not that hard. Fire room. And the machinery room also has that. The pie in the sky idea? Like, I mean, this game initially started out with the idea that you would travel into painting worlds. Not one world. Every painting was a world. That's already dumb. That's so many worlds. Not to mention holding together the game between like all those different little worlds, all those different little assets and everything you would acquire. Yeah, right. Poppet 64, yeah, pretty much. I mean, literally, that was it. Like, I had like whole paintings, like, you know, Tinker had like paintings to all these different places. You can travel inside the paintings to do things. And the first painting that I made was bigger than this game. The painting world. I didn't feel full of enough content or anything like that, but I mean, it was so much time wasted on a giant landscape. That's also when I learned landscapes are stupid. Try not to use them. They break all the time. It's just terrible. So I was like, cool, great, yeah, woohoo. But that was a pretty dumb idea. And the next one, I had some dilapidated warehouse out in the middle of nowhere. And it was about this. It was approximately, I'm going to say, around the same size as 20 floors of this building. I'm probably undercutting it. It was huge. And that was delusional. At one point, this building was 9 floors tall. That was also delusional. I estimate it'll take 4 to 5 hours for someone to beat the first chapter at this rate. I keep adding things. The first chapter comprises of 1 floor, or actually, it's like 1 1/4 floors of the building. Huh. You know how much content has to go into that to keep someone busy for that much time? And then to just, you know, like 9 floors. It's taken over a year to do anything. Watch Let's Say Birds Are Hard. I greatly said does not have really videos on Twitch for now. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, you can make this huge big landscape, but filling it with content is very difficult. Unless your game is just randomly generated and it's just like some crafting game out in the woods or whatever, sure, whatever. You don't have to generate specific content. That's why people tend to make those huge landscapes. But if you got to fill that with something to do that isn't just, you know, some crafting game where you're mining, you know, materials or whatever, it takes a long time. Any kind of story-based thing or anything like that in a big old landscape like that, just foolhardy unless you're, you know, some AAA studio where basically you're going to need a team to fill that up. It's just the simple truth of it. I do not have a team. Wish I did. Question mark. There is no entry for the camp. No, there is. It's just hidden for sure. Figured it was. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. It's pretty much my explanation to anyone who's making the big landscapes. Like, yeah, you could do it. Why? The previous game I made, the landscape was... Well, the previous game I was working on, but I threw this project away because it went down so many rabbit holes and was just such a disaster in every front. I learned a lot, and I'm using resources from it for that, but the open world map was like 2 miles in each direction. And I was just filling it full of content. Actually, a surprising amount of things in the world, but it wasn't really... Putting stuff in the world and it being gameplay are two very different things. Like, you can put stuff in the world, that doesn't constitute gameplay. And I think that was kind of a big problem with it. It's like, okay, well, you have this stuff here, but what does this do for a game? What's your plan here? What's the goal? What are the objectives? What are we really doing here? A lot of time wasted on essentially what turned out to not really be gameplay. Also, the game lacked direction. The story was all over the place. The mechanics were all over the place. That game walked so this game could run, pretty much is my explanation for what happened with that poor thing. Pretty much. Pretty much. I learned a lot, though. Not gonna lie. All the various, like, cloth, you know, work and everything like that, and all the hair work and everything like that. I learned all that doing the other game. I even took the main mechanic from that game and used it as one of the tarot cards. The Hermit. I also took that character's dress because that dress I knew would actually work well in Unreal Engine. The other ones I've had did not work so well. No. Also, a lot of the hairstyles I have, the strand-based ones, do not work well in Unreal Engine. No. The original one Poppet had, when you tried to use it, the cloth physics on it, and it ended up making it look like Cousin It. It was just like, what happened? I don't even know. It looked so bad. It was funny, but it was bad. Yeah. I'm never going to have to do this another time. That's all that matters to me on this particular task I'm doing right now. It's very exciting. One struct for all the room information. But yeah, anyway, it's one of the things I've seen that happens with a lot of the, at least the people on Twitch, is their projects are too big. They just are. They're way too big. They don't want to admit it. Most of them will sit there forever messing with things that just don't matter in it, or reworking it over and over and over, and with no intention of ever finishing. Because I think deep down they recognize it's too big. But they're kind of oh gosh, the fallacy where you've put so much time and effort into something. I can't remember what it was, but you know, you should keep continuing. But whatever the case, yeah, they've just spent so much time that they just don't feel like they can stop. That's rough. That's real rough. But yeah. Sunk cost. There we go. Thanks. But yeah, I think that really is it. I mean, that's exactly why I deleted the other game. Why I got rid of it. The sunk cost fallacy was so strong on that terrible thing, and it was just such a dumpster fire that I recognized that if it if it stayed, I would keep messing with it and wasting time on a game that would never finish, on a game that was a complete disaster, that was didn't have a good gameplay loop or nothing. It was just everything had gone wrong. And if I kept at it, this game would not exist. Because I would have kept messing with it. So I have my sunk cost game. You know, I have my... Like, maybe someday I'll go back to the concept of it. But if I do, I'm going to take everything I learned from this, and I'm going to rework the crap out of that game. Yeah. That game's... Yeah. Yes. Because if I don't, it's just... Yeah. I have one of those for sure. Not that my current game is any smaller, but at least the combat system playtests well. My last game never playtested well, even though people like the cosmetic stuff. Yeah, I've been there. A lot working on that mess. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is you come away with some amount of useful knowledge. So it's not like it's a total waste, but imagine if you just said, nah, I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to keep working this game until it's good. Where would you be now? Because, I mean, your present game, the gameplay looks pretty good. I don't know what your previous one looked like, but yeah. So what if you just kept with your dumpster fire game? You think it would have turned out? Or would you just have been spinning your wheels for nothing? I know my answer to my thing. I would have been spinning my wheels for nothing. 100%. That game was stupid. I don't think staff only even has a room yet. No. I could just use the same music, I guess. Sure. I guess the washroom could do this. I don't know. I'm just gonna put music here. It doesn't really matter. That's yeah. And originally I started RPG Maker, so speaking of sunk cost, that was such a dumpster fire. It's even more of a dumpster fire than the other stuff. So far, this is hopefully the first non-dumpster fire I'm working on. So far, things haven't worked out as well, but it's my fault, so it's not like I have anyone else to blame but my own stupidity, my own self, you know? Did I even do the new life room? I think I forgot it. I did. I forgot the first room in the game, by the way. I just had to tell everyone that, in case you didn't know. Yeah. You're seeing. There's 22 rooms on this floor. It's got a terrible name. Oh, yet another bot on Kick. Well, I guess I haven't banned you on Kick in at least a moment or two. Sweet. Oh, thanks. Always glad to hear it. I exist to make all the mistakes so that other people don't. And maybe the occasional victory, hopefully. Maybe. I don't know if that second part's true, but maybe. This doesn't actually have a thing since it's the city. I actually pulled a lot of stuff from the other game. I mean, besides Poppet's outfit, which was just completely lifted from the other character. I think it was from the other game. The Toy Maker was from the other game. Charlotte was made for this game. Give a backstory to the Toy Maker. The city is from the game. Much of the lore in the world is from the game. It's from the other game. I just decided I would small ball it. You know, instead of making this big grand story, I was like, what if I just put it in a building and just make everything contained in there? Like, you know, you're wandering this city and you don't even know what's going on in this building. I think the coolest moment will be if there's another game and a character wanders through the city, walks by the Whimsy Wonders toy store and goes, oh, that's kind of a cool place, and then just walks on. Whole story goes on in here, and the character's like, yeah, whatever, and just walks on by. It's like, that'd be a great moment, because it really means that I would have, well, first off, finished this game, and second of all, had another game that was, you know, that far along, maybe even finished. That would be pretty cool. I would be very, very excited for this to be a thing. But it's a long ways off. Did you pull out stuff? My last game had 0 crossover. My current one? Oh, well, see. That's less good. I've always worked under this theory that I wanted everything to be in one world. Because then, if I have, you know, the one world, I only have to explain the lore once, and anyone who's interested in the world, like, you know, they could enjoy, like, you know, various things like that, and you would realize things are happening with. So if you played everything I did or watched everything I did, whatever, you would get little bits of lore that don't matter specifically, but it helps build the world. Almost like a D&D adventure, really, where you just keep working in the same place. So I could build fans of the world itself as well. Thus, you know. Also, it meant that I could keep a lot of the same looks, the same types of vehicles, same types of, like, all these things could be there. Vehicular shooter with retro CG graphics. Ah, it's like the same game. I know what you're talking about. Don't even know how there's a difference there. I mean, to be fair, you could take, I guess to be fair, you're in Victorian era. You could have carriages. You could have like little horse-drawn carriages with people like, you know, leaning out and firing their little guns. You could take the code, or just horseback, just straight up horseback. I mean, you know, to be fair, during the Victorian era, that was also when the Western stuff happened over in the US. I'm just saying. You get like the 1890s. I mean, like there's Western stuff going on, so you know it'd be perfectly fitting to have, you know, the whole cowboys and Indians type of thing going on. Just Wild West. I don't know about the retro CG graphics. Maybe they go into a retro CG world. They go through a painting, and inside the painting, they all ride around on horses and shoot at each other. It's kind of like vehicular combat. Might work. It's possible. It's a little weird, but hear me out. Ain't nothing wrong with a little weird. If there was, my whole gameplay idea would be ruined. Actually, problems of things being weird. It'd be so sad. I thought it was dangerous. I'm actually brainstorming how it could happen. You know, I like to think of myself as almost like an evil muse. You know, I suggest all these ideas that sound really good on paper until you think about it. And then you're like, hey, wait a minute, that's a terrible idea. Yeah, that's me. I mean, it's in the name, right? The villain. So I never have to excuse myself for being a villain. Just ever. DLC number 3? It's right. I actually had the chariot in this originally summoned a vehicle that you could hit dolls with. But it got taken out because, first off, it drove poorly. Because I was using Epic's vehicular, whatever that's supposed to be. It wasn't very good. But also, there aren't enough flat areas for it to be worth it. Like, what are we even doing? Like, it's a Metroidvania. You end up spending so much time jumping and things like that. The car was like, it was funny, but it wasn't good. So I was like, well, let's kick it out then, because unless you're going to have huge open areas, it's not really going to be very useful to drive a regular vehicle around. Like a blimp's one thing because it can fly all over the place, but the others, not very good. And that's pretty much what I found. I was like, well, that sucks. All right, so I'm not going to do the other music for these yet. I'm just going to do this and connect them up like this. And only this one system will be for this. Yes. It's going to be real good. And then I just recycle the same code here. Hell yeah. And then that's for that. Okay, I can shrink this down. I just needed to read the thingies. I'll read this second time. One's good enough. All right, so either way, we're gonna do this. Let's do this here. Find this. And then do I have this? I'm setting up the system so that I can have secret areas that appear only sometimes. If false this, if true this. I'm not gonna, well, I might create one of those rooms. I don't know, we'll see. It depends on how feisty I feel. Also, if I just have a good idea, right? If I have a good idea, I'm all about it, but I don't always have a good idea. Sometimes I gotta come back a little later, be like, oh, you know, maybe, just maybe, a better idea has arrived. Like this whole concept here, I didn't know it was going to be a thing until now. And now that it's a reality, I'm going down a very dangerous rabbit hole. Yes. Like a champion. Down the rabbit hole I go. Now I actually, at one story point, things do have to change in the toy store, and I was wondering how I was going to pull it off. I did not have a good idea until now. Now I know exactly how I'm going to pull it off. Especially backtracking to certain areas, like certain things. Well, why didn't you just collect it the first time you were there? Well, it's not there until later. And to be fair, I could just spawn in one thing, but if I want to have a bunch of different things, it would have been a lot more work. But with data layers, I'm just saying, it's not going to be hardly any work. Other than just outright designing the room, but you know, there's that part of work. But I'm starting to think this one guy was right. He showed up to the stream and he just said, if I had what you had, I would just sit there and continuously redesign the first level until it was the most amazing thing ever and just ditch the rest of it. Because the amount of crap that I can sneak into this one small area is quite surprising. Especially if you can, I can make it where you go back to rooms and they're just totally different rooms. I mean, it's not necessarily we need to do that, but I could definitely get pretty wild with this if I want to. Well, let's make certain the system even works before I do anything else. I did just recoded all to use that struct. May I never have to type all the room names again. Oh, good, it failed. 10 out of 10. Well done. That one didn't fail. That's cool. One of those worked. Why don't you work? Did I mistype the name? Maybe. Do you work? Did I forget it? That's possible. I might have forgot the room. No. Oh, it's on the wrong one. Here, I'm just trying to put a secret in there already. I like where my head's at, but yeah. Yeah. And I'll find a way to hide it better. But this is like the preliminary thing, because instead of having like 4,000 assets on the map, or like 4,000 actors, there's only like 1,000. So I run it like that and it just loads them in. There's also an H-load going on too, so everything in there is also H-loaded, so the individual ones popping in are because of the H-load. It's just a very big room. But the entire room gets loaded in as part of the data layer. And if the door is closed, then you don't even see it. So yeah, making a tiny circus. And like if I close up all the other windows too, because every additional side thingy takes up resources, if you will. Like I close all those out, it'll make the FPS way higher too. And this is the biggest room, of course, over here, so. But here's the thing, if you look at the thing here, there's only, well, I guess there's 1,827 actors available in this particular room. This is one of the largest rooms, so I'm not surprised. But on the other one, it was loading 4,000 the whole time, so, you know, I don't want that. I want, it's, yeah, just loads it all in, it's all good. I didn't open every thing, but seeing as how I haven't built the like level in forever, or the H-slope was never built. I mean, it was a long time ago, but I've deleted it since then many times over. The FPS isn't so bad. Plus with the, you know, the game not being packaged and stuff. I didn't open that door, so. But the fact it loaded in this room, no problem, isn't so bad. You jump into there. Can I get through here? Yay! Normally you would lower the water, but I'm cheating, so I don't care. Normally this would get lowered too, so they would never see that. The machinery room, though, appears to be poorly set up. Oh yeah, profiling doesn't do anything. This is like the most worthless thing. What'll always get you performance-wise is graphics. But it gets 50 to 70 FPS before I did this optimization, once it's packaged. So, you know. Had dinner, have too. Oh, well, thanks for hanging out, big man. Thanks for lurking and watching. But yeah, as far as profile, I've run down all my code's super optimized, but even then, I've rarely found code makes much difference. Like, you might net a little bit out of it, but unless you're just sitting there nesting your structs or something bizarre like that, it's not usually that big of a deal. Cutting your draw calls by thousands, now that's a deal. Like, the level instances did a lot. Merging actors to get rid of things like splines, because splines are a draw call per every, you know, increment on the spline. Those did a bunch. Some packed level actors, I don't really use them very much. I usually use level instances. There aren't many packed level actors I want. And then changing the display size of things as well. Because like a lot of materials will be like 4K or 8K and you can't even see it. So you change it to display size of 1K and it looks exactly the same. The only time I didn't do that was for like the sky up here, because let me look at how big it is. I was just saying, like, it would look, I tried to look bad. Same thing with the clouds. So unless it's huge, but the big problem really is just that Unreal Engine's heavy, streaming is heavy, and my computer's a potato. It can only do so much. But I've packaged it and ran through it multiple times. Yeah. It's basically just always that. And the cloth physics don't help either. I mean, Poppet's not exactly super friendly either, because chaos physics sucks. The old one for 4 was so much better, because, well, they look about the same either way. It's just the other one had like such a lower overhead. I don't understand. I would kill for backwards compatibility to that. Nope. But yeah, that's pretty much about where it is. It's just like, yeah. Those 3 things, and now data layers being the 4th thing I'm doing to help improve graphics. I also split the things between 4 maps, but I might not need to do that anymore. If the data layers prove to be that good, and it's not, I don't have to H-load everything like that, then potentially it could be a thing. But I'll probably try that off stream, because, you know, I'm gonna want to make a backup of this before I do that, and then it'll probably be a lot of, actually probably won't take that long to set up, to be 100% honest. Well, okay, it will, because I'll have to go through and add all the other ones to data layers too, and I haven't done that yet for chapter 2. I'm still building chapter 2, so it's gonna be weird. I don't even know how the geo brushes would handle it. He's banning people on Kick as usual.
Did you see anything? No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good!
Yes. Yes. You take off your them? Yeah, thanks for hanging out and chatting. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to stream at this point. Probably not much longer. As exciting as streaming is right now, kind of hungry. Unless you're gonna start streaming, then you can. I guess there's only like 3 people watching, so it's not like that many people watching on Twitch right now. But I could send them your way. I don't usually bother to raid with so few. Done for the day. That's fair. Yeah, it's weird. I tend to just do better because I switched to mornings. Now I do better in the morning and worse in the evening. But to be fair, most people used to watch me at night, so yeah. Fair enough. Well, have a wonderful rest of your day, and yeah, I might just fold at this point. I do want to set up that test, but I'm not going to even remotely do that test before I have a backup, and I don't want to wait for it to back up while I'm streaming because it's slow. Plus, I'm hungry. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I'll call it. I might be back tomorrow to stream, maybe. If I feel feisty and I'm like really excited because I can merge it all together into one giant map, in which case it'll be good times. But we'll see. I have other things I need to get done as well, so depends on where I'm at with those. So anyway, those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, wishlist, join the Discord, or don't. I mean, thanks for watching just the same, and I will see everyone later. Later.